Transition.
Here we are again.
Potion
on
of transitioning.
Streaming
Oh shit, here we go again.
Hopefully, audio should be good now. Everyone say yay!
Yay.
No.
I said yay.
Thank you for being the only one, while everyone else decided to be fat lards.
I like being a team player.
So, last we left off, you guys are in Blighttown.
Yes.
You spoke with. Nice elbow pops. Feel nice.
Snap, crackle, pop.
Yeah. So
I
had
realized I was
spoken
in a
with Father with Father Victor, and kind of explained the situation to him, shared some memories with him, talked to him about possibly a chance to be able to go talk to Captain Wakefield. You guys were given a place to stay at the Lazy Night Tavern, in some of the rooms that Ethel was providing at the at the behest of Father Victor. That night, an assassination attempt was made on Ogg's life, to which he at first barely survived, but survived long enough for all of his friends to show up, trap the people in the room, who then decided to surrender because they were just hired people who had no actual stakes in this besides the money that they were already paid. So the reputation. But yeah, they ended up sharing with you guys that that they were hired by somebody, and that they met with a guard who gave them the information. After peering into his memories, you saw, Jack, you saw that it was like a young guard who was kind of... He didn't look like the Top Gun, or act like one for sure. Josh? But yeah, so, after that, you guys decided to let them go, after forcing them to leave a fee for the damages that they caused there. And ended up going to try to speak to Captain Wakefield, to which you weren't able to enter into the tower, but a letter was written, well, a report was written that they promised would be put on his desk.
You'll totally get that.
You guys then decided to go over to Harold's shop, where Ogg could reunite with Harold. There he said that he kind of confirmed your guys' suspicions about there being stuff in the food that Auntie Ellis was giving to the people of the town. And he you learned that with the creation of your arm, Ogg, that he had indeed used blight, which was not fully removed from your body after you removed your arm. Used the blight that was in there to power the arm and hopefully keep the blight from spreading, which seems successful. However, you know, you got more blight now, so there's that problem.
Yep.
But he is working to give you guys are currently working to get some sort of upgrade, a blade in your arm that you can have there on your person. Something to help defend yourself in the middle if someone attacks you in the middle of the night when you don't have your weapon on hand, or you're being restrained in a way where you can't cast spells. You got a blade there to stab people.
Could be like an Ezio one.
I'm gonna be.
No, it comes out the side like.
I'm gonna be the Full Metal Catholic.
Okay, that's a better.
Oh yeah.
Full Metal Catholic.
I'm gonna be the Full Metal Catholic.
Wait, we need to make.
Full Metal Catholic.
We need to remove one of your legs and turn it into a.
That's next.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's
Yep.
next.
And then you need a brother who's all. Oh wait,
He has a brother.
I have
Just-
a brother.
I'm talking about who's all metal.
Yeah.
Just give him a suit of armor.
Fix that.
Just give him a suit of
That.
armor.
Kill
Hey,
him.
if anybody gets that point first, it's gonna be Audrey.
Sure.
So we resume. It is just like it's not even quite midday yet. As you guys start working on the project, I left it in the open for you guys to, if you would like to do anything during the day, then you may.
Did he mention how long his arm thing's gonna take?
It's gonna take pretty much the whole day.
I think I want to go for a walk.
Shane will say, "Are you sure that's wise?"
You could come with me. Someone else could come with me. I just don't want to stick around and watch them work all day.
I'll go with her. It's fine. I'll make sure she doesn't get in any trouble.
We can go around the edges of town, I guess. Outside the borders of
Just
town.
make sure you're covered up.
Always. Pull my cloak back up and get my sleeves to be all disguisey again.
Mm-hmm. Right. You want
Happy?
to back and start going. Step out. You guys going anywhere in particular?
Becca,
Yeah.
I don't want to purchase any wares, but I want to see what the brothel's building looks like. To see if it stands
Why?
out. Because they mentioned it. I'm curious.
No. Okay. Hey, remember what you were saying before about how you need to like your advice to me? How about you take some of that advice and you don't go do that?
I don't want to go in.
Well, why doesn't matter? Why are you gonna put yourself in that position? That temptation's gonna be there.
Because I'm bored.
Okay, so what? I'm bored too. I mean, if people see what you look like, there's gonna be a lot of trouble. And you really willing to risk that just because you're curious of what a building looks like? And then something's gonna happen with you, then everyone else is gonna have to get involved to try to save you. And then they're probably gonna get exposed, and then it's gonna be a whole big deal.
Well, when you put it like that, I mean, every building we've seen so far has been kind of the same.
Who knows, maybe we already walked past it and just didn't notice because it's just that trashy. I don't know.
It's very likely.
The whole place is kind of trashy. There's a guy who was walking by, he was like, shakes his head and walks on. What? It's true!
We could always go back to the,
Grow some trees
The
or
lazy
something. It'll
man.
make it look a lot nicer. You'd be surprised what a few trees and bushes can do.
I don't think this land is capable of growing anything.
I know some stuff that could change that. I don't think any of it's here. But back at home,
A fake seed.
back at home, there's a lot of things there that could that would be able to make the ground able to grow.
Oh? Like what?
Well, the Fae gave us a lot of different things that makes the most vibrant, beautiful plants. There's also a lot of magical people who are able to turn like straight up the most rough ground into soil that can grow pretty much anything. And then also there's some dirt. Like we have like each of our villages, I guess you could call them. We would have dirt that we could spread across the land there and plant something, and whatever was planted in that dirt would grow and would grow really fast.
Well, what I'm hearing is we need to get some of the fancy dirt from Fitzgrayling. Put it here?
Yeah. Easy. Yeah. I mean, we would have to go to Isli Tupac, which banished from and outsiders aren't allowed in. But I could manage if we ever went by there and be like, hey, let's like steal some dirt and then bring it here, and I'm sure we could fix a lot of problems with this place. Shoot, like I'm probably might even be able to grow during the snow.
I'm not so sure about that, but
Oh, you'd be surprised. I'm not kidding. Like the ground was mostly rock, and it could still grow.
that is. I'm not sure if it's strange or amazing. Could be both.
Like compared to comparing my home to this place is a wasteland. Like if any of my people saw this place, they'd probably cry.
I wanted to cry seeing this place. I still want to, but I can't believe people come from here. Like people were born here. We know someone who was born here.
I mean,
How is
he's had it
anything-
kind of rough. If you just take a look at his arm and now what's going on with him.
Well, that's from the sounds of it. I think that might have been his own choice. But people are born here? How? How can
Well,
anything
when a
live?
mother and a father love each other
I
very
know
much.
that part. Enough for my own mother. I mean, just... Do they have any form of hygienic facility, like building, to give birth to a child?
I don't know. I'd be surprised if they have like a doctor or something.
We didn't have what most people would consider doctors either. But we kept things clean enough that we wouldn't die from illness. Because Maw forbids that you get wounded in a fight and then come home and die from the injury, getting infected, than actually dying in the fight.
Yeah.
It's like pissing off all the people around you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
yeah.
this area's not like dirty. It's just run down.
I mean, it's pretty dirty because the ground is dirt.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But not like filthy.
hmm However, in Quebecca's eyes, it's filthy.
Oh yeah.
And also, her family would like to keep things as clean as possible all the time.
Mhm.
So while you guys walk around, are you actually keeping to the edges more, like you were talking about before,
Yeah.
or okay?
Not just gonna go waltzing through the center of town,
Yeah, just going around judging the town.
talking smack.
Anything else?
Run across.
Gonna go fist fight someone behind the local Denny's.
Oh,
Does your town have a Denny's?
No, we don't even have a Waffle House.
good.
Man, if they had a Waffle House, we could just fist fight someone in the Waffle House. Wouldn't even have to go behind it.
Like, you know it's bad whenever you don't have a Waffle House.
At some point, we go to like. Zeracula insists that they go back to the Lazy Night Tavern and just chill there for a little bit and then go back out, maybe outside of town, and just wander about.
All right, so you're just wanting to kind of move around for the next few hours.
Yeah, because it's better than being cooped up.
Roll
in a
me
building.
because you kind of wrapped yourself up. Can roll me a disguise.
$19.
Okay. Nice. All right, so you guys are wandering around, walking, having a grandiose time.
Chatting.
Hour goes by. hours, about lunchtime now. Probably about when you swing by the what's it called, the tavern, and get some food from Ethel. Said, don't worry about the pay. It's all covered by Victor.
Thank you, Miss Apple.
And the extra gold that we got her.
Wonder what the others are doing. Probably just standing around watching things happen.
Channing is just kind of like, he was looking around at a bunch of different things for a while. And now he's just sitting down and sitting against the wall and just like playing with the ground with one of his claws. The afternoon starts to wane by. How long are you wanting to be out there for?
Probably until it starts getting dark, and then just going back and checking in.
About mid-afternoon, you hear more sounds of people being happy and excited, and sounds of joy within the camp. Well, not the camp, sorry. Within the towards the center of town, towards the church.
She's returned.
So I don't want to go into the center of town, but do you think we could, like, walk into an alley and just take a glance at what's going on out there?
I'm okay with that. Yeah. Alright, roll stealth. I assume you're wanting to be careful?
Yes.
Nothing could go wrong.
And that 20 for a 28.
Nice. You beat Quebeca because he rolled trash. But still got a 24.
I blend into the walls.
Oh, it's more of you're looking inconspicuous. Yeah, so you guys kind of using buildings mostly to obscure your vision from the general populace, make your way towards the church. And again, out there is a grouping of people. Among them is about 4 individuals of various race, helping to hand out things and whatnot. The 2 that stand, and then there's 2 others that stand out most to you. The long white hair and pink and purple clothing of an ASMR, who you hear them calling Auntie Ellis.
Oh, that's a bitch.
As she's smiling, the kids are happy playing with her. And then there is a very large, breaching 7-foot orc, very muscular, has armor pieces on him on the shoulder and along one large shoulder piece on one shoulder and then a smaller one on the other, and then plating on his arms and on his legs, but showing his torso very muscular and green. And he has kids that are running up to him and saying, Uncle Orgoth, put us on your shoulders. And he, all right, come here. Grabs 2 of them one hand each, puts them on top of his shoulders. And one of them's like, whoa, I've never been this tall before. And you probably won't ever grow this tall. I better, and you hear Ellis kind of call out, that's right, so you better enjoy it while you can. Enjoy that height. How far can you see? Yeah, what can you see out there? Oh, I can see all the way to the edge of town. Oh, wait, no, that's just more houses. Can you, like, jump and make me higher than the houses? Oh, can't do that, sorry. Okay, can I stand up? Sure, I'll help balance you. Both of you at the same time, grab onto my hands. And they kind of like grab on and stand onto his shoulders so they can get higher. Let's see how well that goes. One of them falls and he catches them. And then the kid just starts laughing hysterically as he carefully puts them back on the shoulders. Okay, that's enough for standing for now. And yeah.
Just cut back. So that's what they look like?
It's
You kids, that's what they look like.
Gremlins.
That's what the
he's hot.
It's specifically like for attract when that some people might see it's attractive.
Mm-hmm.
I find that very attractive.
Josh finds it attractive.
Josh thinks anyone who can beat him up is attractive.
Not true. Thought Alice was attractive.
She emotionally beat you up.
Yeah.
That's what you immediately, upon looking at that, was like, oh, fuck, he's hot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what they look like. Okay. Well, at least I know what to look up for.
I got a view.
Yeah. So which one would you rather have up there? Or out there, Ellis?
I don't care. I can't see him most of the time anyway.
I guess, ooh. I guess Jack was right. He could beat people up.
He's bigger than you.
Yeah, that's a bit, what is the word I'm looking for? Intimidating. Not scared, I'm intimidated. Raise no bitch.
Rebecca like holds out his hand, like, this man is freaking huge. Pick those kids with one hand.
I could pick up a baby with one hand, but not. How old are those kids supposed to be?
They're like, the two that he picked up were like 5 and 6. And he just like reached his hand underneath the shoulder there, you know, kind of grabbing at their torso. They just whoop.
Okay, I think I've seen enough. Starting to get a bit weirded out. Nobody should be that happy in a town like this.
Just hating on your home, dude.
Oh, the other stuff was fine.
Constantly
The other stuff was
hating.
fine.
People are born here?
Oh, the other stuff, Og would probably say.
No one deserves
Wow.
to be happy here.
Yeah.
That's an odd level.
Fuck your happiness.
It is too much. That's an odd level. Like, it's up here when it should be maybe about here. Not here, like here.
All right, so that's about mid-afternoon. Are you wanting to head back at that point? By that point,
Yeah. Why
All right.
not?
alrighty. After the handful of hours, her and Quebeca come walking back in.
There's a really big orc guy out there.
Okay.
Like, he can pick up 2 kids with. No, he has 2 hands and he can pick up each kid with 1 hand. I think they said they were calling him Uncle Porka.
Yeah.
Sure. Rebecca doesn't remember.
I mean, as soon as she said uncle, I knew who she was talking about. Yeah, he's the muscle.
Why is he so big?
He's an orc. How big is he compared to other orcs?
Knowledge would that be? nature, history. I'm not sure. What do you want to roll for it? What would that be? What is racial stuff?
I feel like that would probably be nature because it's biology.
Yeah, but human stuff usually doesn't end up in nature.
Roll me a
Engineering.
history, I guess.
What? Engineering?
Roll me a history, I guess.
All
or
of them
a
are
local.
All of them are 4. So
Okay. What'd you get?
19.
19. Orcs themselves are usually fairly big, usually around 6 foot to 7 foot. So he's probably a little bit on the larger side, but it's not totally uncommon for an orc to get that.
I know I lived with an orc for like 14 years almost. But that he's not just big, he's big.
Well, he busts heads for a living.
And now he's just picking up children and putting them on his shoulders. It's weird.
All part of the family act. Well, I wasn't assassinated, so it's our turn for a walk. Want to go, Chin?
Yeah, I guess so.
Now I'll guard the angel boy.
Mask up.
Yeah.
Alrighty, and you head out. Where are you going?
Guard tower.
Alright. As you exit and start walking along, you hear the sounds of excitement and
I
cheerfulness.
like freeze, and I don't.
We can go around.
I go very long way around.
Alright. You go a very long way around. It takes about twice the amount of time to get to the guard tower, but
On the way there, I'm gonna tell Channing, we need the captain's help if we want to
Agree.
do this flawlessly.
really do.
I'm gonna go talk to him again.
See us.
I don't want you with me, but you can watch from a distance. I'm gonna tell them I'm a Verakai.
Okay.
It's something I think will get his attention.
Probably diplomacy.
Blood.
Ah, my hand.
It's always a 1 with my fucking surge. 18.
18. What's wrong with me standing by your side? I'm
Just in case.
friend of a Verakai.
I know, but just in case something happens, as well as
Then I
if
want to
you're-
be there by your
if
side
you're
for
at
it.
a distance, see who reacts to it.
Could also be near you and pay attention to see who reacts to it.
But I think it would be better if you stay at a distance. Because if something does happen, I'm not going to fight the entire guard, right?
Why would we have to fight the entire guard?
Just saying. You being there doesn't change anything.
We'll see about that.
And if something does happen, you can leave and tell the others.
What exactly are you planning?
I'm gonna tell them who I am.
So the identity you've been trying to hide?
I don't really care about hiding anymore.
The people are happy hunters are just a block down that way.
We need the captain's help.
I think this is a good one.
I think it's better than waiting around doing nothing.
Pretty much anything is better than that. Will get done if we do nothing.
I'm just asking that you don't associate with me as I'm showing up. You really feel like you can run in afterwards, but
Roll one more diplomacy.
I'm not surging you. It's worse. By a lot.
I'm staying by your side. If you're going in there, I'm going in with you. But shouldn't we at least let the others know?
If you want, you can go tell them and I'll wait.
You're not gonna wait. And, yeah, he'll go with you.
I left my stuff, like my bag at home, or not at home, at the place. So I just have like my sword on me, armor.
At Harold's place?
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. Wait, no, honey! Well, they can use that if they need to.
Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, just magic things are equipped to me.
Jack left is funny. I
Back
wonder what it tastes like.
Come back out. Oh. Oh, what if you like eat it and think of someone?
It finds the most direct path out.
Oh,
So it depends on how.
Depends on how
Yeah,
far
depends
down the
how far along
digestive
you
tract.
Oh my gosh. That wouldn't be the direct path.
No.
So, you go to the guardhouse. There's the same two
All right,
from
cool.
this
I like that
morning.
one guy.
You like that one guy.
Yeah, the one.
The dark
it's the
elf.
same guards, right?
Yeah, it's the same ones.
Yeah, I like the one that talked to us.
The dark elf.
Yeah, he sees you two approaching, looks over at the other guy,
Take my mask off again.
gets back up from the fire. A mask? Why do you have a mask?
Just cause.
Well,
Anything happened with the report?
no, nothing has changed. It's been put on his desk, but he's currently gone. He's on a patrol out along the edge of the blight. There is sighting of some sort of creature, and he is out there to confirm it. So he'll probably won't be back until tonight to catch up on any reports during the day.
We won't be back till tonight. Is it possible that you can give us his location? We can just go talk to him ourselves? I respect how you act. I hope you're a genuine person. You seem like it. With you handle the letter stuff or the report stuff. We need to talk to him. It's extremely important.
Nothing I can do. He's gone. He'll be back tonight. And go with reports, and maybe he'll be able to talk to you tomorrow.
This is something that concerns the safety of the town, and it's extremely important.
I understand that you think that, but that's his priorities right now. Uh, None of us here are allowed to look over the reports that are addressed directly to him or for his eyes only.
This isn't just about the assassination attempt. Your town is being poisoned. My name is Jackson Verakai, and I need to talk to him immediately.
Okay, sorry, that's not possible.
At the edge of the light.
The White Province is off limits. If you attempt to go that way, you will be imprisoned.
I intend to go that way.
Why are you making this more difficult?
Because this is important.
Don't do this.
I intend to go that way.
He just stands there waiting.
I can see the blight, like, you said there's like a blight cloud or
Yeah.
something in the distance.
Essentially.
I assume that's the what they're talking about.
You could assume that.
Yeah. I'll walk off that direction.
Over at the other guy who's there warming his hands watching, he's like, do what we gotta do. If he really wants to be put in jail, then we could put him in jail. And he's just like... Jenny has no idea what the frick he's gonna do with that.
Channing is the straight man of this weird escapade.
Jackson, Verakai, stop in your tracks.
I'll stop.
Either you have some grand idea or you're an absolute fool. Your hands behind your back.
Do so.
Shackles them onto your hands. Motions for the other guy who gets up, starts searching you and remove all weapons and such on your person.
Later, just a sword.
They still search you. The guy like half-heartedly does it. And he's just like, this is dumb. Why do you... You know, it's probably not gonna even work. Like, you're just probably gonna end up being in the cell all night and then probably won't even be able to see him. Alright. This way. They'll start pulling you towards the tower, and it's just... He turns, you see him leave back towards Harold's place. Actually, before he leaves, actually, no, never mind, he just leaves. So they lead you into the tower, through hallway into a door, a reinforced doorway that leads to stairs that go down underground.
Okay.
Bring you down into there where there's a handful of cells. pretty dark and dank. Is that the
Dank.
Yeah,
That's
you're
the
right.
word, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Just like that sounded wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's right.
Because it's not really used anymore. Because dank is
Yeah, we changed the.
with the
Common
slang
use.
is like the more common version of it now.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
So
It's
dank
okay.
has two different
Oh,
meanings.
it's okay, old man.
Does?
Yes.
What's the other meaning?
One's
Dope.
like dope. Like
Really?
cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's it's slang. So it's not an actual like dictionary definition.
It's okay, old man.
Shut up.
Have you never
It's
heard
an
the,
old term.
Have you never heard the term dank means before?
No. I've heard dope means or dopamine.
I'm the oldest one here.
No, you're not. He's older than you by months.
Oh yeah, you're older than me though.
Anyway,
Yeah.
and
I'm the
they
youngest one
put you
here.
in one of the cells there. There is a
Weird.
straw mattress, no pillow, a thin hold blanket, and a bucket in the corner.
Who's in here?
That's your
You.
screaming bucket.
And
You.
the guards. I assume that came with me.
Oh, they put you in there. He locks the door behind and just locks you in there. Well, see you in the
Here,
see you in the morning, I guess.
One more thing.
Yeah.
I squeeze my hand. Take
Well,
my-
you don't have
Nope.
your gloves.
Oh, they took my gloves away?
Yeah, they took your gloves away. All you have now is just a regular pair of clothes.
What? They took my cool armor?
Yeah, they took everything.
Okay. Well then, I'll ask real quick. Do you know what a Verakai is?
I assume it is your surname.
Mm.
I rolled to see if he knew. You rolled it too.
How about this?
No, what
Do you know what a
Verakai
blood mage is?
I mean, assume a mage is someone who uses magic, and blood is blood. So I assume someone who uses blood for magic.
You should warn your captain or someone else that knows what this is that you have a blood mage in captivity.
You know, the more I'm talking to you, the more I'm thinking you're a little crazy in the head, and he'll turn around and like blocking
Mention
the
it to your
other
captain.
door behind.
Fucking idiot.
He doesn't freaking know us. Blighttown is super secluded.
He's not stupid, he's just ignorant.
Come on, the
Was
town.
I only brought down by that one guy? Or both?
He inside at the bottom of the stairs in the cell there where you guys were talking, he was the only one that was there. You passed other guards on your way to there. Channing comes back in and he just
Hi. Where's Jack?
arrested. He
For what? What?
he went back to the tower, or to the guard tower, to try to speak to the captain, found out the captain wasn't there and was apparently on some sort of patrol around the blight or something about a monster or something. And he wanted to really speak to the captain to make sure, you know, because we need to do something besides sitting with our thumbs up our butts. And he then declared that he was Jackson Verakai, which did nothing because apparently the guard doesn't know. And then he declared that he was going to go to the Blight province and started walking that way, and was arrested for that.
The
And
idiot.
put in the cell. I assume he is attempting to get the attention of the captain.
Do I know how long he's gonna be held in captivity, basically, for
phrasing it
going
like
towards
captivity?
the blight?
I hope they have some speed.
So it generally is as long as they have the mindset of wanting to going into the Black Province.
Like blood mages can breed in captivity. It's a little bit dangerous. Well, so they don't know what the Verakai is. So that did nothing, and he's just imprisoned now?
Yeah, that's what it's kind of looking like.
Is there,
Stupid guards.
is there anything we can do to get him out?
I don't know, I'm not from here.
No.
Maybe get your father to speak sense into him?
You mean my father that's not in town?
Not in town? No, the
The
father
father.
Victor.
Oh, Father Victor.
Someone else.
There is your
Yeah,
father.
not your actual father, sorry, your daddy.
Don't have my DM smite jar.
Evening father.
You're not the DM here, so
I don't have my DM smite jar.
you're not the DM here.
Sorry, daddy, I've been naughty.
No, it's forgive me, Daddy. Yeah.
No, it's not.
No.
It's I'm sorry, daddy, I've been naughty. That's what it is. It's forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
Yeah.
So it's I'm sorry, daddy, I've been naughty.
Yeah.
Ow.
He's still going to have to wait till the captain gets back at least. Because the guards are going to just tell him, oh, we need to wait because the fool wanted to go towards the blight. Also, with the balance of power and how things are right now, they somewhat bump heads. They work together, but at the same time, they're vying for power and control.
So we are stuck.
Turn off the AC during this.
Quickly.
Hurry! Time is running out.
Yeah, it was at 60.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
what I said.
Nice. Because they're not going to listen to you. They're not going to listen to me. They have no idea who Quebec is, and they're not going to listen to him. They're not going to listen to Channing. One, because they've seen him with us. Two, they have no idea who he is. Father Victor, they know who he is, but again, they kind of don't listen to him because he's not their superior officer. So in other words, can't do anything.
What about the... no, I have nothing. I could hypothetically...
Yes, that was caught on camera.
Eh?
No, they continue. Josh was just doing something in the background, which was caught on camera.
We could storm the tower.
We could. Is the jail up
All
or down?
two.
Is it up or down?
Oh no, I've never been inside of it.
Danny, is it up or down, the prison?
I haven't been inside of it.
Oh. If only there was a way that we could talk to Jack at a distance.
You mean if I
That
had
would
four?
be cool.
You mean if I had four?
Yeah.
level- You mean if
I mean,
had
they
four
would have just
level
taken the
spells?
earpiece, dude.
Only someone knew something.
And then you want to
like
stick it in your ear after that?
message.
Basically, we now have to wait till the captain gets back to even go talk to him to get our friend out.
Your friend's an idiot.
Yeah, he can be.
There's no use right now. I can't do anything. Gotta finish this up.
Fitting that a suicidal maniac would befriend themselves with a suicidal maniac.
Is wanting to imprison yourself being a suicidal maniac?
No, going towards the blight is.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
And him declaring that he's Verakai like that, that's
You know what the Verakais are.
yeah. They're a noble family in to the south to the east-ish.
Those people down here know. I just got stuck with the 180.
He rolled a 2, and I rolled for the other guard who was listening 5. But they have a pretty sketchy past. Birch definitely holds on to that past of theirs.
Oh.
Great. Good thing the guards hopefully won't be going anywhere. If it was only the 2.
We're stuck. Because of someone who was trying to get us supposedly unstuck. Oh.
Wasn't a good idea, but it takes a lot for Jack to listen to any of us.
Manning, why don't people listen to
better
you
than doing
more
nothing.
often?
Because he makes too much sense.
Yeah, like how we shouldn't just sit here and do nothing.
Oh.
Which is also what Jack was trying to do, was something.
Well, let's go do something then.
Well, I've kind of got my hand pinned on the table at the moment, so I'm kind of indisposed. But all of you can attempt to do something in this town. Good luck. Channing and Quebeca, you have plenty of...
If we
Brutal.
leave you alone, you're gonna be assassinated again. Oh, someone's gonna try to assassinate you again.
Well, most people, I guarantee, believe I'm dead.
He's with Harold. I don't think Harold's gonna do much, but
I don't know, he's pretty old.
you've got magic, right?
Yes, I have magic. Also, careful,
fine.
Quebeca. Harold can hold his own. Who do you think helped beat me into shape?
No,
My mother is a homemaker, and my father's a merchant.
You got
Father douche face?
Grundle or Victor?
No, he just made my life horrible.
Did you actually beat him?
No.
Oh. Okay.
I used to train with the soldiers in the area before I got injured.
Then they might like you.
Some of them may.
Well, he can't do anything about it right now because armed.
So what are we gonna do then?
Something.
You guys can, start to formulate a plan, gather information. The Happy Hunters don't know what the 3 of you look like. They don't know you're associated with you know who.
That's a good point. Yes.
Yeah, so what's the plan?
Looking at me?
Yeah.
I'm not really a math guy. I kind of just...
Well, math? You're not a guy either, yeah.
No, so I'm not either of those things.
You're pretty awesome, though.
Thanks. Not...
And you're the oldest here.
Yeah, but... So I've kind of misled you guys a little as to how old I am with my race. I'm actually only newly an adult. I've been through a lot, but only really comparatively an adult since last year. We live a very long time.
Shannon's just, shocker.
So I'm kind of...
You lied to me?
I didn't mean to. I feel a lot older because I've done
Quebeca,
a
look
lot.
who it is. Do you think she really meant to maliciously lie about that?
No, which is why I've already forgiven her.
At least somebody has. So I don't come up with plans very well. I fight. That is what I do.
Well, don't fight these people. At least alone.
Quebeca looks over to you. Give us a plan.
Come on, Og.
I literally said, go gather information.
What?
How do we do that?
We can ask to visit Jack.
It's so
Let's
bad.
go ask to visit him. Let's go ask to visit Jack. It'd be good.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, great idea.
They're not going to let you in.
They might.
No, they won't.
I'll go
I'm gonna go
make
try.
sure they. Okay.
I'm going.
I swear, if you two end up in jail, because I know Channing won't, you're going to have to worry about more than the happy hunters.
Don't worry, we'll be fine.
Already
We're
moved the way
great
out
at
the door.
this.
Harold, do you want to take a bet?
One of them's gonna end up pretty badly injured. Two of them are gonna end up in jail.
I don't think Channing will end up in jail. I don't think he'd end up badly
No,
injured.
one of the two idiots are
Oh,
going
yes.
to get badly injured, and one of them, those two are gonna get badly injured, and they're both gonna end up in jail. And Channing will probably be back within the hour.
Yeah, no, that sounds about par for the course. Oh, too tight.
Sorry, I was getting distracted by your idiot friends. You know how it is. So, you guys cut through town and going towards the tower, and you pass by at this point where there are kind of like straps that are on top of the carriage, and there's a ladder that goes up to it, and they're currently helping kids up the ladder to the straps, or just picking kids up and putting them up there, where they are like kind of strapped in and about to go for a ride on the carriage, on top of the carriage.
That doesn't look safe. Okay, let's just keep going. That's not our focus right now.
Actually, looks kind of fun. Okay, yeah, let's go.
That's
He like kind of paused a moment, looking at the happy hunters there with disgust, and then he sighs and follows with.
What is happening?
It's me.
what are you doing?
The GIF. Yeah, you guys make your way to the tower, and those guards are out there again, back on. They're back at their post. Oh, you're back. Yes, your friend is now in a cell for attempting to go to the Blight. Tomorrow morning, he'll be checked on to make sure that he isn't going to continue to be stupid to try to go to the Blight before letting him go. Which I'm guessing, if he doesn't get to see the captain in that time, he will attempt to go to the Blight again, which will get him arrested again, and will go absolutely nowhere. You need to talk some sense into your friend. Does that mean we can see him? Sure. We're gonna have to search you. Leave your weapons outside of the chest over here before entering. Weapons and or magical items you may have on you, if you have.
Okay, so don't freak out. I have a ring of sustenance on my person. It has helped us stay safe when traveling. Could I please keep it on?
Roll me diplomacy.
$24.
You want 5. All right.
They're lacking.
I put my
That's because I want someone to talk sense into this guy and get him out of here before he does something more stupid.
Put my machete, my trident, and my magic dagger in the chest. And I also, they want all our magic items, right?
Mm-hmm.
I take off my cloak of resistance and I put my cloak of resistance in there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So people put all their stuff in there, and is there anything you don't put in there besides the ring of sustenance?
My sleeves of many garments.
Okay. All right, this way.
Because it's keeping me all covered up.
Opens the door. Jagger, can you take my post? Yeah. Sure. Give me a second. Wait a moment. Sure, wait a moment. Another guy comes to take his place as he leads you all in, down a hallway, through to a different part of the tower, through a reinforced door that is unlocked by a guard on the outside there, which leads downstairs into a dark, dank, holding area with a handful of cells, and he brings you towards one of them. You hear as the door opens and people come down, and there before you is the familiar guard, Dark Guard, along with the three of your companions.
Ahoy.
Ahoy!
Ahoy. Ahoy.
But someone needs to do it. Oh, it's contagious. Ugh. There. Someone's filled in his role.
What? The guard just looks at you like,
We have a friend who hates the fact that we say ahoy to each other. And usually he's here to be like, ugh, I am upset at how you keep saying this.
anyway, talk some sense into your friend. When you're done, knock on the door. I'll go back to the top.
Hi. So what was the plan?
This,
What does this accomplish?
yeah, I'm gonna talk to the captain when he gets back.
And when is that going to be?
They said tonight.
Did they say tonight? Is he going to come talk to you tonight?
I hope so.
And what are you going to tell him?
What's happening here?
You think
You know the reason why we want to talk to him?
the people giving out drugs in the middle of town.
Yeah.
So do you think having more people on your side would help your case?
Nope.
They only allowed us in here to try and talk you out of going to the Blight province.
I won't go there if he's not there.
Is he there?
Right now, yeah.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
If all goes well, I'll talk to him tonight. And then I'll be able to get out. And then we can start planning. Right now, just waiting for him to get back.
What do you want us to do in the meantime? Is this the only plan you had?
We need him if we want this to work. So before we have him, I don't know what else to do.
You hear a curse come from the top of the stairs on the other side of the door. Then the door opens and the Dark Elf guard comes quickly walking down. Excuse me. Do you have any sort of identification on yourself or in what we took?
The only identification is that I am a student of SEG and I have an armband in there.
But no identification on whether or not you're a Verakai?
Not on,
Where?
not with me. No. Is the captain back?
No.
I'm gonna check. Alright, what is the check? Sense motive? I'm gonna sense motive that. 15.
As far as you can tell, I mean, he's telling the truth, but I mean, there's a look of worry on his face now. And he's like, well, there isn't much I can do unless you have some sort of identification.
What are you going to
prove
do
your
if you have
heritage.
verification?
Hmm?
What are you going to wait? What will you do if you have verification?
Well, considering if you are truly a nobleman of the House of Verakai, he has like a look up.
Yeah.
They're okay. Then you will be given an audience to the to see the captain and taken out of the cell. But unless we have proof of your family heritage, there's not really anything I can do.
Well, I don't carry proof on me. I'm okay waiting in the cell, but I do need to talk to him.
You're not gonna. I don't think you're gonna be able to see him like this.
I told you before, this is extremely important. This town is at risk. More than you think I think it is at
Okay,
risk.
how about this? Best I can do is you write up a report that he'll be able to read tonight. It's the best I can do. Alright, I'll get some paper for you. And
They were leaving.
looks over at all the rest of you guys.
Mm.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Channing starts walking out.
Don't do anything stupid, please. That's my job.
In jail.
More stupid than that.
Do you leave as well?
Guess I don't have much of a choice.
Guy out there escorts you out. I'll get some paper for you. If I let you out, you going to go to the blight.
If he doesn't come talk to me, at least by early morning, then yes.
And for simplicity's sake, I'll just keep you here. I'll have your stuff brought back to you as well. All right. Kanan just walks as he leaves, just storms off, going back towards Harold's place.
We get our stuff back, right?
Yeah.
I can move faster than he can at the moment, can't I? It
Yeah.
won't be hard to keep pace with him then. Not gonna say much, just gonna...
Pretty sure he's the slowest in the group.
Hmm?
Pretty sure he's slowest.
So, Channing, what do we do? Do you know what to do?
I'm just going to, for once, let Jack go about his course and I'm done. Rated. I need a drink.
Well,
He
Ethel,
turns his course towards a Lazy Night Tavern.
Rebecca, can you stick with him and tell him that Ethel said they're on the house?
I think he'll probably find that out. And if anything, I should stick with you just in case someone sees you.
I want to make sure Channing doesn't also do something stupid.
Runaway diplomacy. Because he's like,
29. I have really good diplomacy.
Alright, I'll call him. Don't. Be careful. And don't.
Be careful.
Don't be careful. I'll just stick with I'll get Harold. Someone has to keep an eye on him too.
Harold can take care of himself. As he walks away.
Kind of trot back into the shop. Hey, it is just me.
I didn't think that she would have been the one to come back alone.
The other two were arrested then. Interesting.
No, actually.
Dang, I should have went against what you said. I would have won.
Channing and Quebec are going back to the tavern.
And no one else is in jail. That's a shocker.
Jack is staying in jail.
Not surprised.
Because he really needs to see the captain, and there's nothing we can do. And if I get myself thrown in jail, I might get killed.
Mm-hmm.
So we're letting him do what he needs to at this point. Channing's tired of it. I sent Quebeca to follow Channing to make sure Channing didn't hurt himself or someone else. And I came back here to make sure no one hurt you.
The only one hurting me right now is Harold. Not fun.
Oh, this is fun.
Can I get the closer look and see what's going on in there?
Well, we're mainly attaching these gears here, so the blade's gonna flip out. But we've got to move some of the other wires and gears around in order to make sure it fits. And man, it's not fun.
It would be easier if you didn't have feeling in the arm.
Right?
It's like open and exposed,
Yeah.
right? Dracula approaches, wince, and just
Don't touch it.
Lose that finger.
already lost one. I do need the pointy one. Maybe this one.
Don't touch it. We don't need anything.
How have you
going
only
on.
lost one?
Long story.
The same way that most men still have their.
It got cut off for ritualistic sacrifice.
That's not what I meant by that question. How have you not lost? Like,
It'll hurt your brain.
just don't touch it.
You see, typically I don't need to use my hands, and I
He's
pull
not
the
even
sleeves
paying
off and
attention
just
to you anymore.
just show off my mandibles a little and just.
Not even looking.
You should move that gear actually over that way. That way, when everything flips out.
Pauses and looks at you.
What?
Trying to tell me how to work this?
I'm giving recommendations.
Maybe I should have.
Isn't that our princess's job?
Recommendations, my ass.
Maybe I
See,
should.
this is what happens if you were to do that. And he kind of shows you, like, if you move that, then it would get away with this other part and stuff, and really, it's better where it is.
Whenever the blade flips out, the gear's gonna stick out too far.
No, it's not. The blade is, it's not going to get in the way. You'll see when it's done.
So, maybe I should have asked to stay with Jack in the cell. Without revealing my whole everything.
Huh?
It might have. Even though he was like, no, having more people won't help. It's just sitting there alone.
I love the fact that every single time I have rolled to see if anyone would see that you're a tiefling, I haven't rolled above a 5.
I was gonna say, like, you got really lucky with
Yeah.
not being.
Yeah.
My dice rolls have been terrible for that. And your disguise rolls have been good.
This is not a good situation. They were strapping kids to the top of their wagon thing to take them for a ride.
I thought you were just gonna leave it at they were strapping kids on top of their wagon.
Yeah, I was like, if you don't finish that, Alex is gonna react completely differently. It's, to be honest, as weird as it's going to sound, it's probably fine. From how Jack has described it, they're not necessarily kidnapping in the normal sense.
But they're still kidnapping.
Yes, but they get you addicted, make you feel like you want to go with.
They're strapping children to the top of a wagon. Like, we did some crazy stuff when I was very little, but...
Look, out here...
You hear little kids screaming at the top of their lungs.
God, they're chilling them. I can't be the one to check on that either.
I can't.
I go to my perch. Harold gets up, scoots his chair back as he leaves.
No, don't touch it.
But nothing.
Comes back down. No kids are being murdered unless they fall off.
Look, I told her not to touch it.
Yeah, so he touched it instead.
I did no such thing.
Oh no, I'm wrapping you up because you didn't let me touch when nothing in there's moving.
Look, I'm gonna let you touch this.
Roll me persuasion, roll me a bluff. You're going against each other's roll.
Dang it! You rolled bad.
That would be a 26.
I rolled shit.
What'd you get?
8!
Oof!
I have a really...
Oh, you're just like grinning. Like, it is dead obvious.
He's a, It was the screw, wasn't it?
No, it was that little gear right there.
I'm very...
Come on, you're losing your edge.
very frustrated he didn't let me touch.
Kids always think they know what is right, and then blame it on others when something goes wrong.
No, this is more just to be spiteful and to mess with you a little bit. Because I know at least a little bit by moving that it wouldn't have messed anything up.
Telling you it would.
No, it would just look different.
No, it would get in the way.
It wouldn't get in the
I
way!
will show you how in a moment, alright?
Then show me do your job!
I need to finish this part. Stop raising your voice at me.
Someone's going to come in here.
This isn't raising my voice.
Oh, now you lowered it.
This is normal.
No, it's not.
A whisper is normal for you.
You do
I'm lucky my hearing hasn't gone bad because I wouldn't hear you at all. Actually, maybe I would be lucky if I couldn't hear you at all.
No, because then you'd just be an old man, Harold, at that point. That's what the kid would call you.
That sounds too perfect. Wouldn't sound perfect to him because he wouldn't be able to hear it.
write it out next time I see.
The day I get called old is the day I die.
That probably will be when you die.
He just goes back to his work.
No, I could totally pull the very long-lived demon spawn card, but I don't think I will.
Long live, you're still middle-aged or a human.
Yeah, and I've lived a better life than you have, you chaste little...
Yeah, look at the town I've lived in. Look at what it did to me.
Yes, and who...
That was not the town. That was you leaving the town.
Yes, to go save 2 children.
Yes.
And who gives birth in a town like this?
The people who are unfortunate to
People
live
who
here.
have sex.
I haven't had a child yet.
Consider yourself lucky.
Nah, I don't think I will. I'll consider myself amazing.
So how long is this going to take?
About 5 more hours.
Yes, and I'm the only one here to keep an eye on you two. Enjoy. You're stuck with me because Jack decided to do something.
Shall we take this to the back room?
Yes, I think. Oh wait, no. Victor took the bottle of wine. Fuck.
He starts gathering his stuff and starts going to the back room.
Well, you can't leave me out here alone.
Do you follow him?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. He closes the door.
Start poking at things. Just very delicately
Roll-
so
roll me
you
a
can hear
D20.
the... Ew.
Boom!
3.
3.
Just
There's like a glove contraption that you go and you're like, oh, essentially, and you poke it, and as you do it, only closes on your finger.
That's how you lost another finger.
Actually, roll me reflex. Let's find out if it closes on your finger. No, it doesn't blow up.
that's 20.
20?
Yep.
Dang it.
Domestic
You
violence.
pull your hand back in time. Nah, it's a mechanical glove thing you wear with claws that can give you natural attacks.
Hmm. Doesn't look like my hand would possibly fit in it.
Maybe like barely, yeah.
Hmm. I decide against it and keep going and just lightly poking at things. Just a little nail.
Just randomly, you notice as Harold like tenses, relaxes, and
She's touching things, isn't she?
yes, she is.
Hmm.
I don't know if this is any better than hearing her voice, but
Revealing the fact that I'm a young woman has painted this interaction completely differently.
you're brought back your stuff. You're brought a paper to write up
Like
a report,
banging
and
is the thing.
you're banging it.
Singing prison songs.
You've adapted to it
what do you
already.
Prison
write?
changes me.
What do you write in the report?
I'll send it to you.
Oh, were you typing it up? Oh, you typed it up. Nice, good call. That's easier.
I'll sign mine back. Let's see.
Roll me straight charisma for me. Actually, no. Roll me in linguistics.
Was he watching me while I was doing it?
Yes.
I rolled another one on my surge.
And he's staying there, watching, waiting for you to finish writing so he can take it.
12.
He gave you like a little, like really a little desk table thing for you. 12. Okay.
Mm.
Folds up, takes it back, and like, all right. Walk off.
What's my stuff given back to me?
Yeah, stuff was given back to you.
Bro.
Dawn it all back up. All right.
Mhm.
And the day slips on by. Or.
Is there anything I like am tapping at that I could potentially use in the shop? That would be something I could wear.
Roll me perception.
Well,
Well, I mean, there's that glove. There's a piece that. Wait, do you have actual ears? I forget. Or do you have ear holes?
I have ears.
You do have ears. Okay. There is a looks kind of like a half of glasses. So it goes around your ear, a piece that goes around your ear like that, and then it has a glass piece that then kind of like partially settles on your nose there, and it has multiple glass pieces on there and a little thing that you can flick to have the glasses go in front.
It's about right.
Put it on to see what it does.
Doing more than touch now. Let's go back in there. I'd rather hear her voice than not know what she's messing with. Yeah, it's like zoom. It's like zoomed in. It's weird because one eye
Out of the pair.
is like zoomed in. Door swings open. You're touching things.
Yes.
Stop.
Okay.
This is your only warning. Closes the door. Would you rather I'm going to kick her out if she keeps doing it.
Let's go back out then. She'll be less likely to mess with things then.
She
'Cause he
hampers
knows
my
me.
concentration.
Yes, but it's also hampering your concentration if she keeps poking things.
Opens the door, steps back out there, sits back at the work table. Here, he grabs something from underneath the table and throws it at you. It's a little horse and it has like a crank thing on top. Kids play with that when they're bored.
Set it on the ground. Just,
I thought you were going to give it the puzzle cube.
Entertain her, then I will.
Has anyone else figured it out yet?
Nope. Dinner time comes along, and Kabeka and Shannon come back with some food, some extra food for you guys as well. So, how goes it?
Slowly but surely. After someone stopped poking things.
They left me unattended.
Ooh, what's that? He goes and picks up the horse. This is really cool. Smiles to himself. Yes, crank it. The young men really enjoy it. Cranks it, puts it down as it starts. Its legs move, very jankety as it kind of like wobble walks. It's like, whoa, that's really cool. Goodbye, children.
I don't see the appeal.
Look, like it's something that's not supposed to move, but when you crank it, it moves. Look at that.
Yeah,
It's almost moving like a real horse.
But we've seen something that's not supposed to move at all, or feel at all, that has been moving and feeling this whole time.
Magic.
This isn't magic. It's not magic, right? No, it's not magic. See, it's not magic.
That wasn't magic either.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
It is.
The feeling thing wasn't at first. I think.
It is not connected to anything that would allow him to feel anything through it. That is magic. You hear loud shouts and such happening above you.
I do.
Yeah.
What they say?
Roll me perception. Let's find out.
Fighting.
Oh
my God, natural 20.
Oh,
17.
yeah, it's my 17. It's kind of hard to hear because of how much is getting through, but because it's so on your mind, you do hear the name Captain Wakefield amongst the words.
I'll stand up. Just wait.
Okay. Hour goes by. Oh, they
I
bring
sit
you.
down.
Sorry. Before that happens, you were brought dinner to eat. But yeah, you stand up for about 30 minutes, like, and then sit back down.
Yeah.
But for you, your arm is the last bit is put in. The blade is carefully placed in, secured, and it is complete.
Oh, you're done?
Yeah.
See, now look, if that was in the way there, when this closes, it would scrape it ever so slightly, and over time would put wear on it. It may have not seemed like much, but that slight bit of movement was enough to make sure that it works properly and doesn't have wear and tear over time. It looked like it wouldn't be in the way because of the available space there. It looked like there might be enough, but you are wrong.
I guess you're still good at your job.
You just see these things. It's like a map in my head.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So essentially you can draw that as if you were drawing a...
Cool.
with the quick draw feature attached
What
to it.
is the damage dice?
The damage is 1d6. Slashing or piercing, depending on how you
Depending on how I
choose
use
to
it.
do it. And it has a 19 to 20 crit range.
Oh.
Next two. And this just shows how good I am. I added a little feature to it. If you could figure out what that is.
Give me a second.
It's the self-destruct button.
Yeah, it's a self-destruct button.
Damage was 1d6?
Yeah.
D6 plus strength, which is -1.
It has the quick draw feature on it.
You said
feet.
19 to 20 times 2, 19 to 20. I'll do the attack bonus stuff in a moment. And quick draw.
You could whip it out as a free action, right?
I think quick draw makes it.
It's
or
during.
Swift. You can always draw during a move.
Yeah, you can always draw during a move.
If you have
Yeah,
at least one
It's
BAB.
considered a light weapon. You can draw it as
Can
a.
I see?
as a
Can I
free-
see any possible feature he may have added?
Sure. Go ahead and roll me a knowledge engineering. Or sorry, knowledge clockwork.
22.
Open as a free action. Yeah, it's a free action.
Cool.
Yeah.
22.
22. You notice that there are... Yeah, since you were working with him on that, something that you notice is there is little tube things like that. So the blade itself seems a little bit thicker than a regular blade. And you notice that there are like little tube things that go into it. There are the most slightest little slits on parts of the blade. and the tubes kind of like go up your arm, up to your shoulder.
Is this what I think it is?
I don't know. It's
Safe place for me to try it out.
He that as he gets up and steps away, comes back with a pillow. Puts it on the ground, I guess.
Well, I meant I didn't know if it was okay to use around people, but and I'm assuming it's just because it's what I think it is. I begin to think about channeling the blight into the blade.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And you attack it?
Yeah.
All right. As you stab out towards it and you think about that, you feel like a weird, like, pumping sensation from your shoulder, and acid begins to form on the blade as you stab into it. It deals an additional 1d6 acid damage, which doesn't crit.
Well, that should be pretty nifty.
Oh, sorry, I have to mention, in order to activate that feature, it is a swift action to activate and a swift action to deactivate.
Cool.
Yeah.
So once I activate it, it's going until I deactivate it.
Correct.
Cool.
So, yeah, might be he gives you, like, some wipes. It generally is a good idea to clean it off before having it close, but I designed the arm to where it should be able to withstand the acid, but...
Cool. I like shake off, or well, no, I don't do that inside here.
Yeah, he's going,
I open I deactivate and go outside and just shake it off.
Mm-hmm.
Kinda wipe it off.
Well, I hope that can save your butt.
Yeah. Especially with who we're about to deal with.
Well, it was good seeing you all. Good working with you again. Now, get out of my home, please.
Oh, gladly.
Yes, let's go.
Cover up again. Just, nope.
Take care of yourself.
You as well. It's good to see you again.
Nods. You. Leave. The night continues on.
Continue sitting.
Door
I'm
opens.
not gonna break out.
Door opens sometime during the night before you get too tired to sleep. Dark elf walks down. He's got better blankets and pillow and arms. Captain was injured and needed rest.
That's fine.
Opens it up. Steps in. Holds it out to you.
Thank you.
Just leaves, locks it, goes back up.
We should probably go check on the other two.
They're with us.
Oh yes, they came back.
I came with.
Yeah, they came back. They came back with food.
So you're not allowed to sleep on your own anymore.
Right. Kind of along those lines, do I see anyone following us?
Well, considering Jack is gone, we can do 2 in 2 of the rooms and then not sleep in the other room.
Yes.
Oh, what'd you ask?
You're welcome.
Are we being followed?
Rolling perception.
Almost bad, and then it was actually nice to me. Usually doesn't happen.
Oh,
26.
26. Just barely out of the corner of your eye, you can see that there is a figure that is walking behind you about 40, 50 feet.
How are they dressed?
And they're, you can't really see, they're kind of covered with warm, heavy cloaks, so they're dressed like that. I don't know why you see. Can't see what's underneath that, but and at first it's just like, oh, they're walking behind us, but the more you walk, you make a turn, they turn that way too, and you kind of notice that they seem to be keeping the same distance behind with you guys the whole way.
How far are they from me?
I said about 40, 50 feet.
40, 50 feet. I just quietly tell the group, we're being followed.
Where? I don't see anybody.
I
Becca,
take a look.
you two are the most
The
conspicuous.
individual steps to the left and goes past houses. Where? I don't see anyone.
They're gone now because the two of you are so damn conspicuous.
Well, maybe we scared them off.
No, they'll come back. However, I guarantee you they're probably working with the individual that hired to get me killed. So therefore, they know I'm not dead.
Oh. That's...
Is there something you need, Tux?
Tux, come here, buddy. Here's your good boy. Well, not much we can do about it now unless we want to go follow them, but they're probably gone by this point.
I don't think it would be a good idea to follow them anyways. We're not too terribly prepared for fight.
I wouldn't need to fight necessarily, but let's keep going back. Because we're not getting Jack out this evening, so hopefully he either talks to the captain. It's kind of late though, so hopefully he'll talk to him in the morning.
Hopefully sooner rather than later.
If not, then go back up there. Given that I know that he's now stated his name, go get some rest.
Yeah, so with
I
the
guess the rooms are ready for you. That was the voice exactly, but I have terrible voices.
You guys go and settle down for some nappy nap? Hey, you only need 2 hours of sleep now.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hmm?
Bring us sustenance.
Oh,
So she only needs 2 hours of sleep and doesn't need to eat or drink.
nice.
I can just
Exist.
I can exist. I can take up 2 watches while everyone else sleeps. I sleep for 2 hours and then I'm up
Cool.
listening.
Make sure that the door is locked.
It is locked.
Is there any way to make it more secure? No.
Up to you.
Yeah, there's nothing really to tie it around. Is there a chair in here?
And it opens inward. There you go. Way to do it. Also, chaining's in here.
Make it a little bit more difficult still.
You guys rest. Fall asleep for that night. Evening passes with nothing happening. Or the morning arises.
There ain't no roosters here. They've been eaten at this point.
No, they keep some alive so that they can continue to reproduce.
It's sustainable agriculture.
Yeah.
If you took any damage, which I don't know if you did, there's that. Your spells and abilities refilled.
Yes. Got my surges back.
There.
Crazy thing, only needing 2 hours of sleep. The other 6 hours, she's just sitting up like, what do I do now?
Well, guess let's get some food and go see if Jack has spoken to the captain.
Okay.
As you guys go do that, breakfast is brought to you. Oh, you'll be happy to know that the captain is eating his breakfast and looking over reports.
Well, appreciate for letting me know.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully he understands the urgency of this.
I've kind of been assigned to you, so this is my problem for the rest of, well, all night, yesterday and today. Whatever other problems you decide
What's your
to
name?
cause. Hugh.
Hugh? You spell that Hugh?
Hugh.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
How long have you lived here?
My whole life. Born here, raised here, barely even left here.
Well, I apologize for being your problem, but this is important enough that it needs to happen.
You're either insane or you're right. And if you are right, I am very worried for whatever it may be then.
Well, unfortunately, I'm right. And if I can't get the help of you and the guard,
I pray you're crazy. So what is a supposed nobleman doing here with a group of people, one of which is a known blighted individual?
do you know about those people in town? The ones handing out candy and food?
Yeah. Alice and her crew.
Those people are slavers.
You're funny.
Yeah, I forgot about that. They're handing out poison. Well,
Oh,
not poison.
Candy and
It's
sweet
drugs.
cakes. Drugs? Yeah, I think it's more leaning towards crazy. What would a bunch of reason would a bunch of slavers have to be coming here over a handful of years, and been nothing but kind to us?
One of their slaves is someone from my family. You know, you seem to be told what a Verakai is, right?
Yeah, but you're a nobleman,
Was that it?
having a state to the east.
Okay. This other person in my family is a threat to your village. And I'm here to take him back before he does anything bad. This group is a threat to your village, because they are controlling him. I don't know why they're poisoning, drugging your village. But whatever they're up to is not good. If you can, and I should ask this before, please don't talk about this with other guards. This is information that needs to be given to the captain. I probably shouldn't have told you.
Well, honest, sorry, but everything up to this point has definitely been shared with other guards.
That's fine. I'm asking for this to not be shared.
All right. Well, I'll be up there. If you need me, just shout or bang on the bars or something. You're the only one down here, so it's... Alright. You guys are going towards the guard tower?
Yep.
Alright.
They give me my weapon back too, right?
Yeah. The only reason you're really locked in there is mostly out of habit and stuff, and also because... Actually, no, they would have given you your weapon back. They gave you everything but your weapon. But yeah, so you guys start making your way towards the tower, and on your way there, you hear the sound of an arriving troop. Back again this next morning.
Cool. Have no business with him at the moment.
Mm-hmm. You just continue on.
Channel negative.
Channel negative.
Negative.
But yeah, you go to the guard tower. There's two different people there, two people who you don't recognize.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. One of them is a halfling woman, and another one is a Saxon man.
Their immediate reactions as I walk up.
Let's see if they recognize you. Halfling woman, she's like, "Hey, what's up? Can I help you?"
Well, we're just coming to see if our companion that was locked up yesterday has had a chance to speak to the captain yet.
Who's your companion? Oh wait, we only have one person.
The only person that's probably in the jail.
Yeah. I have no idea if he's talked to the captain. That's not my... I don't know. You does, but not me.
Alright. Well, guess we wait then. Until either he's released or until he's released.
Sure, if you want. You can also come by the fireplace if you want to get warm.
Sure.
The door opens, and you hear a yes, sir.
Let's stand up.
And, alright. You see stepping down the stairs a human Saxon male. He is adorned in the attire of the guard, but has more blue than them. And actually, no, hold on. Sorry, he has. Well, I said the wrong color. I need to go back to and there you are. The colors of the guards here are black and orange, and he has on big display on his shirt there. It looks like a couple of medals and then a fairly large, essentially a badge of sorts, and on it is an image of a black eagle with its wings spread out in the middle of a sun. This is the... Oops. The sigil of Linzer. See it better now? There you go. And with the amount of, it looks like essentially medals that are on him, he has probably quite a few achievements underneath his belt. He has a completely clean-shaven face. He's got short, cut hair. He has a looks like a light sword on his left hip, and a pistol on his right hip. As he steps down, he looks at you and furrows his brow. You've been lying to my men.
I said a single word.
Alvric, not Jackson, is your
That
name.
is my brother.
From what I understand, he has no brother, but yet here you are,
He does not know of it.
scars on your face that were not there before.
I've lived a different life.
Interesting. Well, Jackson, I read what you have written. I have seen the report of your friend who, an assassination attempt on his life. And this poison of this drug.
Are there other people I need?
Yeah, he was there. No, sorry, no one is. He was, yes, sir, it was Hugh being told to stay at the top.
I have not lied, and this situation is very serious.
This claim about your brother is nonsense. I've met him myself, and he is not what you speak of. I know of these people. I've known them for years.
I have known them for years as well. I don't remember what I put in my letter. They are slave traders, and I was one of their slaves
They harbor no slaves.
for 10 years. They may not act like slaves because of that drug. It is Yggdrasil sap, right?
Hmm?
Yggdrasil sap?
Sundrop.
Sundrop.
These are stuff.
This Sundrop, have you heard of that cup?
Yes, I have.
Ellis gives it to her slaves, so they are compliant. And they're happy. So they look like they want to be there. She's, I believe, giving that out to people in your town now.
These are quite extreme, gosh dang it, accusations.
It's okay.
So. This is what I'll do for your friend. He is to present himself to the guard and show whether or not he has to show his arm, see whether or not he has blight. If he is proven to not have blight, then he will be put under my guard and will be and we will investigate to determine who is trying to end his life. If he does have blight, then, well, there's only one other outcome for such a thing. He is, from what I understand, he was sent to be cleansed, and if he's proven to not be cleansed, then there is only one outcome must come from that. For you and your accusations, do you have any proof to support your claims?
I have no physical proof.
Then there is nothing I can do. Nothing that I will do.
I can show you memories, but I don't.
Show me anything.
Sir, these people are monsters. They are eating your town. Something you don't want them to have.
I fight monsters. I have seen and dealt personally with monsters. I know what a monster is. You do not have the right to tell me what a monster is.
I don't know what you fight, but these are monsters that wear the skin of humans. I've lived with him for 10 years. If you ignore this, I don't know what's going to happen to you.
Alright, roll me a diplomacy.
I got my gloves back.
Yeah.
Uh, 26. I know you don't believe me, and you don't have to.
You take him to my office and have someone retrieve Ellis for me.
Ooh.
And he'll walk away.
Oh no.
My anxiety has spiked through this.
Yeah. Because one of two things is gonna happen.
You kind of says something to someone up there, steps down, and be like, "All right, well, you okay? You all right?
I just need a moment.
All right."
Feeling I should have stayed with Jack in the jail.
He wouldn't have taken you up. You would have been left in the. You would have been left in the cell.
He said someone would know what's going on.
You ready yet? I kind of got to take you up.
Oh, I didn't realize he was waiting.
Yeah.
I thought we were waiting till like Alice gets here or something.
No, I got. You told me to take you up now, so.
I blinked. Yes.
All right, let's go. Yeah. Unlocks it. Starts escorting
I think
you
we're
up
locked
to
at
the
this
tower.
point.
Yeah. And
Yeah, the better bathrooms down the hall.
I need to go pee. So, and prepare myself for this, and I'll let you prepare yourself. So give me a second.
This is either gonna work out in our favor really well, or it's not at all.
I don't think it will.
Probably
She's
not.
too good at talking.
I need to be there.
-3 on everything.
I have a plus 12 to my bluff, a plus 11 to my diplomacy, and a plus 13 to my intimidate. I'm built to socialize.
I have.
Obviously, it's a 9.
See, mine's a 13 to diplomacy and a 13 to sense motive. Like, I am built to catch lies.
I'm built to socialize and be like, you want to fight my friends? You gotta fight me too. How do you think? How do you feel about that?
Like, 26 is not bad, but like.
So yeah, Josh, we're probably
That's it.
way past the point, but do you still think Zeracul has been sent by the school to keep an eye on you guys?
No. Now that I know your character better, I don't think you can pull that
I'm
off.
gonna throw this away real quick.
Too stupid.
All right.
Well, not stupid. She's very smart. She's just not. She's high intelligence but low wisdom. She has a plus 0 to her wisdom.
You guys ready for this?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Get a drink of water.
I'm ready because I'm not involved.
Not yet.
I'm taking notes. That's what I'm doing.
You're brought up to his office, a handful of close to the top of the tower. There he has a small little office with and he doesn't really have any windows in here. They're more like there's windows, but they look more for defensive purposes. They are smaller and they can be open. There's bars or whatever, and it gives like a good view in order to like shoot out with a ranged weapon or something like that. But yeah. He has in there a wall just covered in drawings.
Oh,
Drawing-
that's cute.
No, none of it is cute.
Drew a
These
house
are of
with a
all
little happy
kinds
stick man.
of different grotesque monsters and creatures. There's things that look like they used to be some sort of animal, but have been completely like changed and altered. Their bones are like broken, and like their arms are like out of the socket, and like a bear's arm is instead of up, and it's like elongated out and extremely long claws. Its jaw is like dislocated. It's like and it's like it's a mess. Like
Oh, it says persona.
it is. That is one of dozens of different types of creatures and stuff. There are some humanoid ones. That are one of them, the collarbones and such are like broken apart, and it opens up there, and the head has gone down and settled into the chest cavity, and the mouth has like split up onto the nose and opens up. The bone in there it's like gone, and basically like makes this massive open cavity there, and there's like something like a round thing in there that has like little spikes on it. It's a lot of things.
Is Captain up here?
No, not yet. That leads up there.
Hugh up here?
Yeah, Hugh leads you there. Alright, take a seat. The captain will be here in a second, and yeah.
These light monsters?
Yeah.
There's something to do with? Okay.
Yeah, they are. I guess it worked for you. Good job. Yeah. You're really nervous, and it's making me very nervous.
I'm very nervous.
The door opens as the captain steps in. You're free to go. Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir. Nods at you and turns and leaves. Captain goes and takes a seat. So, fun thing. It's the captain's seat with the desk, and there's 2 chairs.
Oh no.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not sitting down right now.
Sit down. As he sits down.
I take my time sitting down.
Ellis will be here soon, and I would like to hear what you and her have to say about these accusations. You guys outside waiting. You see as a guard leaves, just kind of, I mean, guards come and go every once in a while. It's normal, it's no. And then about 5-10 minutes later, comes back. By his side, you see Ellis, and by her side, you see Orgoth. As, without any notice or pay attention, you guys at all walk by. Orgoth, there's one of the guards saying, "Hey, Orgoth, you're gonna have to wait out here." All right. So he goes and sits down by the fire near you guys as Ellis is led in.
Man, I thought you were big.
I'm going to say to the captain, if you have any protection to mind affecting things, I suggest you have those handy.
Orgoth, sits down there and says,
What's up?
"You all keeping warm?"
Best we can. I mean, I'm a little bit more resistant than most.
Cold doesn't bother me too much.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't.
Looks over at you.
At me? Oh.
Her at Zerakil.
Trying to avoid eye contact, but it's just
You notice that he's like starts to smile as he looks at her.
Sense
Kind
motive.
of like sets back. It settles back. Go ahead and roll a sense
Sense
motive.
motive. Oh, really? 15.
15. Please realize something about her.
Whoa. It's a woman.
It's a woman!
There's a lady there.
Something that made him smile. The door
I'm like gripping the arms if it has arms.
opens up. Should I play the song here? Nah,
Not yet.
nah, it's not. It's
Not yet.
fitting time.
She's not
for
being
it.
Alice.
No.
Not yet.
I'll put that. Door opens up, and you hear the sound of footsteps behind you. Lady Alice, thank you for joining us. Oh, it is no problem at all. What seems to be the problem? Well, there is a young man here who has made some very interesting accusations, and I wanted to speak to you about it. Oh, of course. Please take a seat. Sit down. Turns her head towards you and freezes. So you recognize him. Alric, what happened to you? What are you doing here? You're supposed to be at camp.
I am not Alric.
Talking about son. It's not into
Don't
you.
call me son.
He claims to be twin brother of Al. Goes by Jackson Verakai. Verakai? I don't have any Verakais. Alric is not a Verakai. Are you a Verakai? I've met Verakai and you don't look like any of them. You... I'm sorry, I don't understand. Is this a joke? No, I don't think so. He looks just like Alric. Definitely is not him at this point. Do you might care to explain, Alice? I don't know. I don't understand. Alric has never mentioned any brothers. As far as I know, he's never had any. We're his only family.
Stole him from his family.
I don't understand. So what's the reason for this? I would like you to please bring Alaric here. I would like to have a discussion with you about his origins and get to the bottom of this man's accusations. And what exactly are his accusations? That you are slave traders. Excuse me. Slave traders? Wow. That is ridiculous. Okay, to help clear things up, then I would be happy to bring Alaric here. Would you like us to do it right away, or wait till tomorrow? Right away would be preferable. If you can send Orgoth to go do it while you remain here. Am I under some sort of arrest, sir? No, you are not, but I would like to get to the bottom of this. I take accusations such as these very seriously. Alright, would you like to send one of your men to do it? Yes, I will. And he'll call out and tell a guard to go. To sit there, the captain's just studying you two, the expressions. Alice will resume, like, is there anything I can do to help clear up this whole situation? I'm sorry that you're mistaking me for
There's
something else,
nothing
but
you can do besides admit what you've done.
oh dear,
But you won't do that.
there's nothing to admit. Everything I have done has been to help bring joy. That's what me and my troop do.
No, that's what you do.
And I don't see the problem.
Force joy on others.
Force joy. Have you looked outside, son? There is nothing out there that enforces joy.
But you are. And you're using that against everyone.
Well, he has clearly made up his mind, and nothing I can say will change that. Yes, it is very possible he is delusional. He was willing to. He was willing to walk into the blight itself to try to find me, to get this word to me sooner. That is very foolish. Are you okay? It is very risky going into the blight. I wouldn't want that to befall to anyone. The captain here spends long days and nights helping to protect this town from these terrible monsters that come from them. Going there yourself is very risky, not just for yourself, but for, if you got infected, others as well. A guard exits, be like, "Hey, Orgoth! Yeah. The captain says, the captain and, Ellis say to bring Alric." "What? What for?" Something, I don't know. "Now?" "Yeah, now." "Alright, well, excuse me." And he gets up and starts jogging.
As he stands up, Zeracul finally like looks full on at him and is like committing to
And you see his
detail, just-
big muscular back. Guy looks like he probably benches horses.
As after he's kind of gotten a little bit, probably about 20, 30 feet, Ox just gonna cast Detect Magic.
Okay, guard looks at you as you cast Detect Magic.
Don't worry, I'm just checking something real quick.
Looking-
And concentration check, natural 20, so we're
Hey.
good.
That's really good.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
shit, I forgot.
And you're looking at him?
Yeah.
Okay. Coming from his pouch is a few, like a mix of different, what's it called? Like, magical signatures, and he's got strapped onto his back a large club that comes off as magical as well.
Cool, but he is not whatsoever, it's just mainly items he has on him.
Yes.
Cool. As I turn back around, are either of the guards magical? Or have anything magical?
No.
No? Okay.
The captain says, "Would any either of you like something to drink? That would be fantastic."
I was like,
He grabs some wine and pours it for her and himself. As, "Are you sure? The captain's wine is quite delicious. The best in the whole town."
I will pass.
It is your loss, my friend.
It's gonna be awkward for.
Mm-hmm. Kind of time of waiting.
What will you do?
I was seeing if he was magical. There was something, he looked at you weird, so just making sure that nothing,
Looked at me weird?
yes.
What? I can't hear what you're saying.
He looked at you weird, so I was just making sure that nothing nefarious was going on.
Hmm.
It's like he recognized something.
I hope he didn't. I don't know what he would have recognized about me.
I mean, your markings are pretty prominent. Maybe he's come across someone,
But I'm covered.
maybe he realized you, I don't know. He may have just,
When the guard that you guys are sitting next to, hearing this, leans closer at you. Holy sh!
it's perfectly fine. Don't do anything stupid.
Roll diplomacy or intimidation, your choice.
Diplomacy.
On how you wanted that to come off.
Diplomacy.
That's really good. That should be a 30.
30. All right.
If we wanted to do anything, we would have done it a while ago.
I don't think that makes my case any better.
Our case is already shot. We've been nothing but cordial.
I left my oven. I gotta go.
I don't buy it.
Kind of like looks over at the halfling woman who's by the door, and she's like chewing on her nails, not even paying attention. And he looks at her with like pleading eyes to look over here.
I'll lead over. I'm sorry, miss, I didn't get your name.
Where's the names? There it is. Corliss. What's yours?
Oh,
Oh.
yes.
Oh.
Yes.
The other individual who was there, who just saw that, looks at you then with wide eyes, gets up and goes over to her and whispers in her ear. I would like both of you to please leave the premises. Whispers something else in your ear. Oh, really? Hey, I have word for you, actually. From the captain, if you were to uncover your arm and show that you don't have blight, then we will begin our, what was it? Oh, do investigations on the threats on your life.
Ah, yes. I believe they have actually already started it, believe it or not.
Oh. Okay.
Nice.
Yes. No, but unfortunately,
But either way.
I do have to respectfully say that we'll be waiting because our companion is still in there.
Could you wait not by the fire then?
Yes.
That'd be
That
good.
way you two can stay warm.
Mm-hmm. Both of you.
Yes.
Get up and I shimmy off.
So, we're not here to cause any problems. We're just here to get our companion.
Huh. They're like tense. They have their hands near their weapons and they're watching you two like hawks. As time goes by, Ellis is, giving having casual conversation with the captain, asking him about how his recent trolls have been going, and whether or not how well his family fares and things like that. And whenever there's something to laugh about, she like puts her hand on you as she laughs. Kind of, you're right there, like.
Do not touch me.
Oh, I apologize. Actually, that might be fine. Actually, no. Let's skip that. All right.
Just have to start talking to the bird next to us.
But no, when she talking about some of his
We're gonna have to fight.
trips going out to deal with some of the blight creatures and stuff, he's like, that is not a topic for a lady like yourself. Oh, but you flatter me, but I mean,
I like let out like a short laugh.
believe me, traveling in Lindsor, I have seen and heard my fair share of rowdiness. This is beyond that. The wall is but a taste of what it is we encounter. Then perhaps it is best I do not hear. Thank you for understanding. Of course, Captain. You guys see after about an hour or so, riding on like a freaking Clydesdale is big boy orc.
Oh, yeah. It's like, wait, he needs a big horse.
Yep. And then on another horse is a face that looks exactly, exactly, except for the cuts and bruises, like Jack.
That's what he would have looked like.
He's wearing winter clothing wrapped up around on himself, furs.
Spitting image.
The only difference is that it might just be the cold, but his skin looks pinker. But they
Oh.
dismount and approach the tower, and he's given entry as Orgoth goes and sits back down by the fire.
Away from the fire.
Yeah, we're away from the
Yeah,
fire
you're not
now.
by the fire anymore.
That's a problem. That's a problem. That's a big problem. If you remember last time that we saw Jack with skin like that, it was after all of them.
Orgoth gets up and he walks over towards you guys. Why aren't you by the fire anymore?
Well, a little bit different whenever it comes to the town.
Because she's a tiefling.
She's a tiefling, and I'm not necessarily friend number one of the village.
Don't say it so loud.
I mean, the only people around here are the two that I already know, and Orgoth who noticed.
So that's what they asked. Is it that obvious?
I saw the 4 eyes and noticed the horn you got there, as well as some of the way your skin is. Yeah, I noticed. Couldn't
See-
help but take a couple of looks at you, a fine built woman like yourself, but then noticed a little something extra.
Seen other many tieflings before. Until I met her, I don't really
Here
crossed
and
maybe
there,
one
a
or two.
few, but not really common. Tiefling.
I didn't
First
know.
tiefling I've seen here in Blighttown as well.
Well, tieflings in this area usually get a bad rap.
So what brings a tiefling down here to risk your life?
Oh, some friends. I'm also from the village. So just personal business. Going to see an old mentor. I used to be at the church, so come to give my respects, make sure they were still in good health.
Well, if you're wanting to have a good time, there's celebrations over by the church. If you got any kids of your own to bring, they're having a grand old time.
I see.
We're about to do some sledding in a few hours.
Oh, is there any hills now around here, or do you have someone with magics that's able to create?
No, it's a sled that we attach to a horse.
Oh, I see. I'm assuming are you using yours? It's
Yes,
quite a specimen.
thank you. Take great pride in her.
I mean, for someone your size, you definitely need a specimen like that.
Oh, yeah, I do not want to break the back of any horses I may ride.
I mean, just your height alone, you're probably about the size of a normal horse. Sure, you've seen your fair shares of scuffles.
I have seen a few. It also comes in the territory of being an orc here in Havergate.
Yeah, yes, understandable. Have you done much other traveling, or have you mainly stayed on the continent?
Most of the traveling that I've done has been down here in Lindsor. Haven't gone out much besides that. My parents are from 908, but I've spent most of my life. I've spent pretty much my whole life here.
So that is why you are so big.
Why?
That you are from 9OT, or your parents were.
You know, we showed up over there, and I felt tiny. I thought I was about average size.
No, you're a shrimp.
I am from.
No, I'm not going to argue that.
Yes, you are very small. I keep
Yes.
telling you that.
Yes.
Not every day I see a tiefling quite your size.
I am from 9OT as well.
Mhm.
So, I'm just built different.
Oh, yes. Yes, we are.
It's a good thing I have like stuff covering my lower face because she's just like,
So, Mr. Orgoth, what led you to joining the group that you're with now? I don't think I've heard the name of them since I've been in.
Oh, we don't really have a name. We just names and titles aren't really important. It's just what we do. But I spent my, as you probably can tell, I've spent a fair share of time of my life in roughing about. Ellis gave me a different call. Some way to help bring happiness to. Well, so that's what we do. Everywhere we go, we take pockets of joy with us.
See. Well, I definitely wish you the best on that. Especially with crazy weather that's been going on. Have you heard any, like, whispers
Nothing.
on, like, what's going on with
I've
that?
heard nothing on my end.
Because we've been traveling, we were over in Nione recently as well, and it seems to be the same over there.
Well, the cold never bothered me anyway, so it's not a big detriment to me.
it's a bit obvious that the cold doesn't quite bother you. I haven't seen anyone wandering about without the shirt.
If anything, it makes it feel like my skin gets tougher.
He makes that noise with it.
No. While that's happening, another chair is brought in.
Cool.
It's kind of like a false alarm as the door opens up, and you'll hear a chair get placed down on the other side of Ellis, and then after a moment later, the door opens again, and you hear another pair of footsteps. Ah, Alric. Wonderful, thank you for coming at our behest. Please, take a seat. Yeah, is everything okay? Perhaps. Takes a seat. Motions with his, the captain motions with his hands at the two of you. Ellis kind of like leans back as you two look. Well, he looks at you.
Yeah, I look at him too.
And you see your face. Making you think back to the face that Dollmaker had made. It's there now before you, no longer still, but alive. And a look of shock. Sees you. Well, so, do you two know each other? I've never seen this man before. Well, seems to be wearing your face. Twins? Don't have a twin.
Rick, don't know of me. But I came here to help set you free.
I am free.
No, you're not. I know this.
I don't know who this is. I've never seen him before, and it is making me uncomfortable, Ellis. It's okay. Perhaps this man has some sort of magic on him. Do you have anybody who can determine whether or not he has an illusion? I've considered that, and I've already had the test. He is not, this is not an illusionary form. This is what he looks like. That just makes me even more confused about this whole situation. Elric, is there something that you are not sharing with us? Oh. I don't know who this is. I don't know what's going on.
Rick, you don't know me, But I am from your family. A real family.
Can we leave, Ellis? Captain, are we free to leave? Not yet. I would like to ask Alric a few questions. Alric, what is your surname? I don't have. I am just part of Ellis's family then. And where were you before that? Lost. Alone, and she saved me.
She stole you from the Veracais. I know you still remember.
Captain's just like,
Calm.
I need you to roll me a diplomacy. Oh, wait.
I roll a 1 on my search so much.
The new D6 and like weighted on the 1 or something.
Where'd my pencil go? Where'd my pencil go?
I haven't fully thought about what Zerakul's
26.
outfit actually looks like. So
Where'd my pencil go? Found my pencil.
You said 26?
Sir,
Two versus two in that small room. Meanwhile, we're gonna have to fight Orgoth and 2 guards.
The captain looks at Alric and there's his eyes. Ellis, if I may, I would like to keep Alric here for the night and have some questions and undergo some questions. I will remain here with him, and I think it may be best if I were to ask him questions without you present. Why? Because something is not adding up. Is that it? Just because something is not adding up?
Oh no.
Will you give me permission? No, of course not.
It all starts crumbling down.
Alric. If you ask for help,
Quiet.
you will be helped. I know it is difficult.
Looking
I
over at
know
Ellis,
everything
I
you've
want
gone
to
through.
leave.
Please
I
ask for
want
help.
to leave.
You can leave them. You can have your life back.
Quiet. Stop talking to him that way. How dare you?
I'm not even like looking, I'm just staring at Alric.
This is unacceptable. Came here. We've come here to help all of you. And we've been here as guests for
Here to
so
use
many
you.
years. And this is how we're being treated?
We want proof
You are free to go,
in their
but
caravan.
I would like quiet. Free to go, but I would like, before you leave, to speak with him on my own. If you do not listen, if you do not allow this, then I will consider what this man here speaks as truth. Very well. But for now, you may go. Sit up. Thank you, Captain. Listen. Hope you get whatever help you need. Go, Rick. And he follows behind her. As they're walking, he takes a look back at you. Pauses for a moment. grabs his arm and pulls him through the door.
He stopped and looked.
Yeah.
What was his face?
Yours.
Well, can I roll to see like the emotions?
Roll
he's
sense
going through?
motive.
10.
Hard to read. It was the pretty much all you could really get was confusion. Sitting there.
Like, let out a long exhale.
Well, as far as I can tell, you are not lying. As far as I can tell, neither is Ellis. One of you is a good liar. Alric, on the other hand, not so much.
I am here to help take him back. He's been away from his family for over 10 years.
Looks like he has a new family now and isn't wanting to leave it.
He doesn't fully understand what he wants. He's been under that drug for a very long time. She controls it. So leaving is difficult. A lot of the happy hunters are under that drug, and I'm here to help them all. I come here from Seg. Now, this isn't Seg business, but they are offering help. If I can get these people teleported back to Seg, they will be helped to alleviate their issues. I'll pull out the armband thing we have. I don't have enough proof. I don't have proof beyond this. Actually, I have a letter, and originally we were supposed to go to Sussex. I look at the letter. Sussex. But we skipped past here when we were teleported to the wrong place, and I will give them the letter.
Take it and open it up.
The others I'm with are also from Seg.
Well, this gives you a little bit more credibility. Fully convinced you're not an idiot.
Does he keep it? I don't know.
I received a letter too. Also from Father Victor. And it has some very interesting information in it.
We talked to him first, but I was worried you wouldn't take it seriously to be able to talk to you as soon as possible.
You claim this Alric is a blood mage.
Yes. I didn't want to tell you, but I thought it would get your attention faster.
If he is a Verakai and is a blood mage, you know what the law dictates?
I'm here to take it back.
What?
Somewhere where you can get help.
It's too late. That's the case.
That's what I'm here for.
So what? Are you supposed to help a dead man?
I won't let him die.
What are you willing to do to keep him from dying?
Everything I can. He didn't ask for this. These people made him a fucking blood mage so they could use him. He's been used for a good chunk of his life. I'm here to stop it.
If he is a blood mage, I need to ensure that you will not get away. He'll get up, step over the door, and open it up. Please put Jackson Verakai in custody. Put him in the cells. Strip him of all of his belongings and ensure his hands are tied. And his mouth is covered. But back to you. I can't take any chances.
Sir, I am here to help.
You're here to help your brother.
Yes. And the others who are being held as slaves.
We will get to the bottom of that. I believe you. To an extent, I believe you. Take you being put into captivity as proof of that. But I cannot have you get in my way. Your brother is a blood mage, and he has to pay for his crimes.
He has no crime. These people made him into that.
Perhaps they have, perhaps they didn't. But from history that we have, doesn't matter what made you a blood mage. When you are one, it's too late.
I'm begging you to reconsider.
Roll me a diplomacy.
Oh, one hell of a diplomacy.
25.
25.
Sir. He has not had a chance to live his life since he was taken at 10. He's been under their influence this whole time, and he can be freed.
We will evaluate what he is like when we speak with him. But for now, you need to be out of the way. Take him. Two guards step in. Start to remove your armor and gear and stuff. Gloves. They shackle your wrists. Then they tie your hands like this. And they stick a cloth in your mouth and then tie around there. Not speak. And then they start escorting you down to the cells. Outside, storming out is Ellis and Alric. Or if looks over there and gets up, is something wrong? Yes, we will discuss it on the way back to camp. Must return there now. Well, I must be going.
Well,
No,
safe
I hope
travels.
to see you again soon. He winks at you as he turns back to his horse.
Give like a wave. They just leave.
Can you guys plug in, please? After a few minutes after that, a familiar dark elf comes out.
Here we go.
Ah,
Hey,
is
so
Jack gonna be coming out soon?
about that,
Ah,
I don't know all the details, but he's being arrested again, treated as a mage in his arrest,
uh-huh.
and the only reason I'm telling you this is because I know you're tied up to it, and so is you're tied up in it with Father Victor and all that. But an investigation has begun to the accusations that he and you have made.
And he just let them walk out.
Situation.
This is.
It was idiotic. I'm sure the captain was told what he is and what they are, and he just let both of them walk out.
I do not know.
Meanwhile, putting one of the only people who knows what's actually going on and can help in
I
custody.
don't know what he's planning or thinking, alright? You can get angry all you want.
Get him out here now.
I cannot do that.
He needs to see my arm. Get him out here now.
Doing.
Roll me the intimidation. That's definitely intimidation.
Yes.
It was a bluff. $24. I'm sorry to get you caught up all in this, but this is a lot worse than he probably thinks. Making sure that someone doesn't die.
We're all a lot of suicidal maniacs.
Yes, we are. Because apparently that's what it
Something
takes to get it
happened in
done.
your heads as he walks back towards the tower.
Poor you. Poor you. He's just trying to do his job, man.
After about 15 minutes, the captain exits with Hugh behind him. He has his hand currently resting on his pistol and his other hand on his sword. Like on his hips there like that.
Just as soon as I see him, I rip it off.
Channing just...
Good to see you, Captain. Good to see you're in good health.
Hi, Gilbert. I am well enough. Still have blight.
Yes. Apparently it can't be removed.
That is unfortunate.
Yes. So you still have a companion of mine.
I do.
Have you been made aware of the situation?
Have
Why did you let them leave?
my reasons.
Better start explaining.
I do not have to.
Well,
And you, after you are dead, I assure you that I will find those who made an attempt on your life. The
Oh, no.
emotions and men start to circle around.
yes. That's what you would think. However, you have your thoughts, beliefs, and ideals. However, right now, me and my companions are your best bet to deal with these happy hunters. As
Very bold
much
statement
as-
from a blighted one.
Yes, very bold. However, I have already accepted my fate. I am to die. However, there are
You've
still
accepted
people.
it.
However, there are still people in this village I wish to see protected. And right now, you are standing in the way of making sure that they are. So I better make sure that you are with me if I am going to die.
An investigation has begun on Ellis and hers.
An investigation.
Yes.
Up until a few hours ago, you believed that they were perfectly fine. The entire village believes they're perfectly fine.
I understand. Pistol out. You can still load. It's in there.
Dracula starts
You're
to
going to make an enemy of the church if you do this.
You're already an enemy.
I am an enemy of most of the church.
You know the rules of Blight Town. You come here and you have exposed the rot within you.
Yes.
I will not allow another monster in my town.
Shield.
Roll initiatives. Oh! Oh boy! Oh boy!
Yeah!
Oh boy!
This is not how I thought this was going to happen today.
Oh boy!
What time is it?
117.
Wow.
We're good.
Alright. Yeah, I wish I had like a pistol and sword combo on here. I'll just have to use that. Then I'll use the dice for the cards.
He only has the one pistol, right? That I can see.
He has a pistol and a sword.
Cool.
Let's grab some. Let's do these.
Oh, what are we doing?
Stupid things.
What are we doing?
Stupid things.
A lot of things are happening. Alrighty, let's get into battle cam action. That needs to go up a little bit more. Is that good?
Yeah.
Yeah, that should be good. Alrighty. We'll put the tower over here. Here we go. With the doors here currently closed. We got the fireplace. We got. Where do I put it? There it is. We got the captain. You guys are like over here. So you. Probably like that. Or I don't know. Where do you want to be?
I would be directly in front of him, basically, because
there?
he's
Alright.
he's pointing at me.
Channing as kind of is there, and Rebecca is there.
We're a formation. I have Kari flapping around, so she's around somewhere.
Number one over here is Hugh,
Alright, kill everybody but
the
you.
halfling,
Hugh has nothing to do with
the
this.
other guy that was by the fire, and then the
Hugh is
other
innocent.
guards that had come out.
Oh, Kari, we're really in it now. Oh no, we're really in it now.
Wait till all the guards come out of the
And
towers.
the ones around, as he motioned, started to move around. Guys. Grab this. Let me get the guards stuff up.
Bird stuff. Oh.
Alright.
Jump. Jump.
Okay. So, 25 to 20. You can roll an initiative. Too.
I'm bottom.
Nah, domestic 20.
Alrighty. 20 to 15. 15 to 10.
13.
13. Alrighty. Og, and then quote unquote baddies. What'd you get? 2. Alright.
Makes sense.
Alrighty.
Very curious what you guys are gonna do right now.
I'm gonna try my damnedest to convince this man not to kill me.
The guard, the captain says, as combat initiates, as he was getting ready with the pistol, he also says, "The rest of you do not have to be a part of this. You are not at fault. Do not make yourself at fault." And Zerakiel, it is your turn.
Okay. Gonna move myself in front of Og.
All right.
And I am going to. What do you have to do to brace yourself again?
Have a brace weapon.
Okay, I have my trident. I'm going to.
But yeah, that specifically is against helps you against charges.
So if someone doesn't charge you,
Yeah,
be doing
yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to move in front of Og. I'm gonna whistle for Kari. It's good. When I'm done. And I am going to. Where's Hugh? Which one is Hugh?
Number 1. Number 1 is Hugh. Number 2 is the halfling. Number 3 is the other one that was sitting at the fire with you guys and recognized you, and you spoke and just like, and went over to whisper to the halfling. He was just kind of like nervous.
Gonna yank off my magic sleeves, my outfit, so I'm like fully just out aside from the cloak being over my head.
Yeah, you can do that if you want.
Kari is just gonna fly over. I now have Bird just there with me, so
All right,
it's my turn.
Og, your turn.
Thank you for trying to do that, but Og
Is going to walk up.
Oh.
right
Pistol
to
in one
him.
hand, sword in the other.
As I'm walking up, I'm going to cast Detect Evil before I get up to him, and I'm going to see if he's been affected by the blight at all.
Okay.
I'm looking for blight signature.
You do not detect any evil on him.
Oh.
Yikes.
Evil aura.
And I'm gonna walk right up to his pistol and just grab it. It's like,
He's not gonna let you grab it, but
Yeah.
you put your face
Yeah.
up too.
this is your last chance.
That's it? Alright.
Yeah.
Makes it Batty's turn. I am sorry that it has come to this. We'll first start with opening fire.
So touch. So right now with
And
with shield 16.
it does not provoke for him. I'm pretty sure 22 hits touch.
Yes.
Oh, what's that? So that's so 7 points of piercing / bludgeoning damage, and then his sword comes down at you.
Well, he's trying to hit 24.
Actually, we'll probably miss with a natural 4. Yeah, that will miss. As it swings up, you're able to duck back, and then another bullet will fly, and it misfires. Well then.
Woo!
All right.
He pulls out another
So
gun.
fire is the first one, and you move out of the way as it kind of like ends up like getting your shoulder as you kind of like move like that. Then he slashes at you, and you're able to step back. Then the other one barrel right at your face again, and it fires, and there's a. Psh,
I think for
he's
flavor,
just-
Og is just standing there, like letting it like glance off.
oh,
her head.
glance off the shield. All right. All right. Then the others. Hugh has his weapon drawn, but is unsure what to do because he's been talking to you guys and stuff.
Tiefling!
Um,
Target! Big
They have
target.
no idea what to do right now, because I'm actually probably a bigger enemy to them than you are.
You haven't made yourself out to be an enemy yet.
Yeah.
I am literally painted as the blighted one.
The halfling will step forward with sword drawn and take a swing at you.
Now, do they willingly do it because of how? Because I'm blighted?
Yeah.
Okay.
She takes a step towards you.
Okay.
Rules to confirm.
Cool.
And roll the 2, so it does not confirm.
Pretty hard to
But
confirm on
you
me.
will take the damage of minimum damage, 6 damage as she
damage.
slashes across you. Then the number 3 guy looks at you, pulls off a crossbow and fires.
You knew I was a tiefling, but I've revealed myself fully as tiefling.
Ah! And misses. That was a terrible roll.
Spooked them. Spooked them real good.
Alright, let's see which one of these other guys are ranged or not. Cool. He will fire a crossbow at you, Og.
At me?
Yeah.
I'm within melee range.
Will miss. That one will fire. Number 4 will fire a crossbow at you. Miss. And this guy will
Ding.
step in with a weapon in hand. He swings, gets a 21. What's your AC right now?
24.
Nice. Then this guy, and they'll just say, rest of you just stay out of it. That's what you do. He'll run up there, take a swing at you. Bang.
Wow.
He'll roll the double confirm. (23), so it does not confirm.
Not double.
Not
yeah,
double.
not
confirm.
double. This is gonna hurt.
Yeah, this is still gonna hurt. So that's 20 points of slashing damage as he slashes across your back. When that guy shot at you, the captain yelled over at him, "Do not fire upon them unless they take aggressive action, you fool!" And ally's turn.
Aggressive action.
Oh boy.
Yeah, what are they gonna do? So easy.
Tanya's just like, "We can work this out, Captain. Please, just everyone stop being hostile. We can figure this out. We can work this out."
The funny thing is, the only ones that have
like
been
Stanley.
hostile so far have been the baddies.
I just revealed myself as tiefling, and I'm just like,
But he has his claws out if needed. As he kind of like actually steps over to right here, there, and he'll be like, "Just gotta heal him. Nobody, please. We can't. We don't. There doesn't have to be bloodshed." He puts his hand on him. "I've been with him for a while, and the blight isn't spreading." You heal 7 points.
Cool. 6. This dice. This dice.
Quebec will draw his sword and he's like, "I don't want to hurt anyone. Please, let's not fight." He's dead. Oh no! An accident. Oh no! Jack, you start to hear what sounds
Yeah, do I
like
hear, like, at least a
yells
bullet?
and gunshots.
How am I together again?
So your
How am I
hands
back?
are behind you. They're chained and your hands are tied like that. You have essentially a sock up your mouth and then tie it around on your mouth there so you can spit it out. And yeah, you're in the cell.
Is there? What's in the cell with me?
There's that little table. About yay high, about that big, just like a little thing where you can write. There is the bed, which actually has some of the blankets and pillows from previously. And then the pot to go pee and poop in.
Cool.
Bucket, yeah.
Need to bleed. The only way I can think of how to bleed right now is if I. How well can I like move? I know I'm shackled behind. Right?
Yeah, you can walk.
It's gonna look stupid.
You're gonna do what I think you're gonna do.
I'm gonna slam my like nose into.
Just
Blood out the wall.
roll an attack. Plus your strength.
Stop hitting yourself.
What's the DC of your face?
My baby. Does it count as a blood?
You're trying to get a 10
Uh,
to hit,
four- oh, yeah,
to hit
four.
how you want.
12.
All right, you go ahead and take 2 points of damage, I guess, as your nose starts bleeding.
Okay. There's no one else in here, right?
Nope.
Okay. I probably should have asked that before I did that.
I'd be like,
What?
Um,
Maybe he is just crazy.
and I'm going to use my bloody nose to summon my blood weapon on fire.
ooh.
All right.
Plan is to like use that to catch this stuff on fire. It's like,
On your face?
yeah.
Gonna suck.
All right. All right. Go ahead and roll me a d20 and add your. I'll make it your Constitution.
7.
Oof.
You're having trouble getting it to form. You have only ever made it in your hands.
Yeah.
And there isn't really any space for your hands to grab anything. You can't really make any motions with your hands or whatever. It's just completely trying to make it form. You wanted it to form like in your mouth there, like form there so it can burn.
Yeah,
all
the
that way.
idea is to burn this
Yeah.
away.
And you start trying to do that, but you're having trouble. You feel like some heat from the blood as you're trying to make it form. It just kind of heats up a bit, but unsuccessful
I'll
for now.
keep doing that.
Yeah. Drakiel, your turn.
Since it didn't form, did I lose blood points?
No, you do not.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to put some chilling.
You can do it. Yeah.
And Kari and I are gonna hold our actions until someone acts aggressively towards Og again.
What are you holding? What action are you holding?
Gonna smack the person in front of me.
Okay. And what is Kari gonna do?
Kari is going to flap over here and claw.
Okay, so you can hold an action.
Mhm.
If you want to hold more than one action, you just have to you have to delay your turn.
Okay.
So you can move her over there and then have him delay an action to make an attack against number one if they show aggression towards Og.
Okay. We got that.
Og, it's your turn.
Oh gosh, my foot.
All right, here we go. The Hail Mary pass or I die. So Og is just going to look at him dead in the eyes and go, I am one of the few people that can give this village hope. We haven't seen anyone who can withstand blight ever. And look at me now. If it gets any further, I give you full permission to kill. But until we figure it out, I am the best bet that this village has to finally defeating the blight. And as someone who is well known and as decorated as you are, that would be an amazing. Something that the church hasn't even been able to do.
That sounds more like an intimidation than a diplomacy to me. Maybe.
I think it'd be easy either.
Sure, you could do either. Don't kick something by accident.
Aww. 17. It was good, Matt rolled back.
His response to you is, you come back here, declaring you are the only one that can save this town, a prideful, corrupted man. You will die here and all right, makes it their turn. Aggression is happening.
Yeah.
What? Am I able to whack?
You can whack. Whack that halfling
Oh, got my feet.
who could have, exposed you but didn't.
Does a...
Could always do it non-lethally.
I'm going to non-lethally whack, by the way.
Oh.
Does a 13 hit?
A 13 does not hit. If you non-lethally whack with a weapon that is not non-lethal, it is a -4 to accuracy, by the way.
Okay, so it definitely doesn't hit.
And then your bird. Definitely can't non-lethal
Yeah.
because it's
Yep.
the bird.
Bird is over there clawing.
Bird is the word.
Bird is clawing 3. Uh-huh.
Nice, roll to confirm.
Does a 16 confirm?
Hey, it just barely does.
All that damage.
That's 6 damage.
Did you double the dice plus the modifier?
So,
The dice and the modifier and then double them?
so it's 1 plus 2, so that's 3
Oh,
times
you roll.
2.
That's,
I rolled min.
yeah, okay, that makes sense then. Alright, that was on number 3 of that group, so 6 damage on them. Alright,
Nah.
well, pretty sure that is. Hold on, I have to double check something. You roll. Didn't do that, right?
Next time I think I'm just gonna try and
Advantage.
perch like a bird when I'm sitting for combat instead of being cross-legged in this chair.
As a move. Okay, so he'll use a grit to fix his weapon as a move action and then shoot you in the face.
Cool.
Wow, I am rolling bad.
Good, because you crit me twice.
Yeah, that's true. Does a I'm guessing a 17 does not hit touch. Oh.
Yeah, she only gives you +4.
12 points of damage as he fires it into your torso.
Cool. Still up.
Alrighty. The others.
Did you crit again?
I did, but it wasn't for an attack.
Oh, for a grapple?
No.
For you, he's joining us.
Yeah!
It was for Hugh.
What's he doing?
Leans towards the captain and he says, Captain, please. He says that apparently. He says, Captain, please. He hasn't done anything hostile. We can keep him quarantined for now and see what he has to say. Captain, please. It might be better to keep him alive for a moment longer. If he has had blight since he was a kid, why is it only that much? There might be something here.
We got it for that one.
However, it's still another turn of the other guys
Yeah, no,
following
yep,
orders.
yep. They gotta hit a 24.
Yep, so
I've
yeah,
got
so
one
they
hit
come at
point.
you. So this one swings at you. That is a 19-21 misses. Number 3 will swing at you. That is a 21 misses. The other number 3 shoots at you. Oh no.
He can't. Well, he's taking a lot of negatives.
Loads and he shoots at you. No, he's not. He misses. Number 2. And I'm rolling so bad. I'm gonna change dice. That one shoots at you, misses. The last one.
So big compared to the halfling.
I
It's not
switched
like
dice
he's
and got a
bigger.
natural one. Cool. So all the ranged people are done. That leaves those 2 melee ones. The halfling, you missed the halfling, so the halfling's gonna swing at you because it's flanking. 22 plus 2 for flanking, 24.
That hits.
8 points of damage.
8 points of damage. All right, so 39, and then I take another 7.
Number 3 attacks the bird that just scratched.
7.
21.
It does hit, yes.
A lot of 21s. 7 points of damage on the birdie bird.
Kari.
All right. Makes it Ally's turn.
Channing's right there.
Channing's just like, please, don't want anyone to die. As he reaches out and heals you. 9 points of damage.
9. Back up.
And
torture.
Becca doesn't attack. Provoke as he moves over. He's gonna move all the way around there. And he's just like, sir, I don't want to attack, but if you hurt him again, I'm gonna have to. And I'll provoke from both of those guys. Both will miss. Man, I'm rolling trash except for when I roll good. That's the end of Ally's turn. Jack, it's your turn. You hear more sounds of fighting.
I mean, I will attempt to summon a fire weapon on.
All right, roll d20, add your Constitution.
It's gonna be so funny if combat ends before you.
That's happened.
Constitution.
I think that's actually happened before.
You rolled the same thing.
I did. 6.
You want to add anything to it? It's up to you. I'm just putting that out there. Alrighty.
It's too bad roll.
Zerakiel, your turn.
I'm once again gonna like try and non-lethally smack at the halfling.
Alright, with a -4.
Does a 19 hit?
With the -4,
That's with the -4.
it does hit.
4.
That's the wrong die. does 9 damage. 9.
9 dablages. Alright, 9 non-lethal as you whack the halfling across the head with the flat end of your blade. Ow! Og,
I'm using my
you're prone now.
Yeah, I'm prone.
using my trident, so it's more like I'm just.
Oh,
He's
that's
just
right,
kind of
okay.
laying on the ground. Pride. Look who's talking.
Big words. For
Your
someone who
pride
just
is the one that allowed these people in to begin. So we are 2 peas in a pod. And he's gonna lay there.
Captain says, you act like you want to help. So you say that you want to help, but then all that comes from your mouths is insult after insult. For longer than you've been alive, I have kept this place safe. And you expect me to just trust a blighted one. You want to see all the monsters that have come from Blight? Do you want to see the dozens upon dozens of people that I have killed because of what they have turned into? You act like you are holier than us when you are not. Looks at his companion. Looks at Hugh behind him. His bleeding eyes. We're attached to this one already. I mean, it's not about attachment. It's about. Sorry, it's about. I understand, Captain. We've all have dealt with blight, but please, just things are crazy right now. Just shooting him you'll regret it. So freaking lucky he rolled that natural 20. Fine. Rest of you step back. Wrap this one up. We're gonna go around. What do you guys do?
Is he referring to?
You all. Emotion to the rest of you.
Only if you can swear that no further harm will happen.
I swear that I will not kill him right now.
I look over at Channing to see what Channing's doing.
He's about to heal him more.
I look down at Og.
He's just not breaking eye contact with the captain.
Veraki's eyes. Takes a step back and calls Kari over.
Alright.
Ooh, bird.
He carefully steps around over here. Fanny pumps in 9 more points of healing. And asks, want me to stay?
To be honest, I think it would be better if you don't. As much as I disagree with his thought process, he is still a man of...
We'll step back. Ah, and drag you with him, apparently.
It's like, stuck on my. Oh no, he's coming with me.
Oh no, what's happening? Oh no! And we're gone.
Bye.
I'll just sit up and hold his hands out.
Hugh will run into the building and after a moment. You're still doing your thing.
Yeah, well, I don't think I'd stop.
Go ahead and do it again. Roll again.
Yeah.
These rolls, dude.
9. It's better.
I think it's that spot over there. Because Connor rolls terribly too.
First.
I rolled bad when I was over there as well.
I rolled okay.
9.
I rolled okay.
All right.
I've been
Final
making
answer?
multiple campaigns.
Yeah. I haven't changed it.
I was here for.
All right.
I was there for 2 campaigns.
Hugh comes running back out with what looks like kind of like a big rug. But not decorative or anything. It's just like, yeah. He lays it down on the ground.
I'm going to be a burrito. This is going to be hilarious.
Get in it. Lay down on it.
It's the plan. So I didn't attack you. It's gonna like roll over gingerly onto it,
No.
grab the side, and like start rolling.
Naughty blighted ones go into the
As
burrito.
you start to roll, it automatically rolls up on you and tightens on top of you. You're considered, I think technically it's pinned. You cannot take any action except try to escape.
Cool. Or channel. Or channel.
You could channel since
Yep.
it takes nothing with that. Actually, no, because Pins very specifically says you cannot take any actions other than attempting to escape. That's so weird. So you
Because
cannot
channeling
channel.
requires no somatic.
Similar to
Jack.
Jack, yeah, I ate something that can't come put in your mouth and tied on there as well. And a step further, they blindfold you.
What?
Naughty blighted ones get put in the blanket burrito.
Yeah.
The captain's, after that's done, just... I do not want to hear another word that comes out of this man's mouth, so turns towards you,
Me?
the others. What's happening? Why should I not kill him? How is he going to be the savior of this town?
Actually, just said
That was a very bold claim of his. But we
Oh, yeah, still technically.
are from Seg. We are not on Seg business. We're here to take care of some slavers by the name of the Happy Hunters who have come to your town and are now drugging the children with something called sun drops that they put into their treats. He has been around us for months and none of us are blighted. He is not contagious. We are here to try and help.
How do you know he is not contagious? Have you made contact with the blighted spot on him?
Yes.
You have.
Yes.
Roll me a bluff. Because you have never come in contact with the blighted spot on him.
No, but I've touched his metal arm before.
You touched the metal arm, but not the blighted spot on him. Unless you, just as Pen, were confused about that. Because you have never touched the blighted.
No one's touched the blade spot. Because August never allowed anyone to touch it.
It's a good thing I'm a good liar.
As you roll a low number.
Domesticated 20. It was before I was aware that it was blighted, but I have come in contact with it and nothing.
No. Sorry, repeat that sentence again. The one you just said.
It was before I was aware that the spot was blighted.
So, to prove the point, would you be willing to risk your life and touch the spot that has blight?
Yes, I would.
Uncover him. You whisper something and it unfolds.
Do I hear it?
Roll a perception.
Perception. 26.
26. Do you speak dwarf?
Dang it.
You don't understand it.
Still memorize the word. Before.
Yeah, so he's laying there, his arm is exposed.
Still blindfolded and gagged, isn't he?
The gag will be removed, as the captain will ask. Has anyone ever made physical contact with the blight on your person?
You're going to need to be more specific.
Has anyone made physical contact with the blight that is on your person?
Yes, they
Who?
have. Anyone who has ever touched my arm. As you can see, the entire
not-
arm hasn't.
Are you confused? Because it's not the entire arm.
Well, it has, but
like
there's
veins
veins,
sections
and
that
people
go through
have touched
yeah.
it. If you are referring to the spot, he doesn't know about that.
There are spots. So essentially it has like cracks and like the vein cracks
Yeah.
through parts of it, and referring to those spots. The blight that is on there, not like this metal piece over here.
People, well, it's
That's
like,
what I'm saying.
I mean, Aug's never really fully paid attention to the cracks. It's always been the spot.
Okay.
So to his knowledge, anyone who's
Very
touched
well.
his hand may have come into contact with it.
Put your finger in one of the cracks.
I'll do you one better. I put my whole hand.
Over a section that has the green?
Mhm.
Alright. Remove your hand. You now have green on your hand. You begin to feel a tingling, painful sensation through your hand. Kind of like when your foot, like your foot is asleep, and then when it starts to wake up, it has that tingling, kind of like ants all over it.
I just experienced that, yeah.
Mhm.
Putting on my best face to not act like I am very panicked about this, so I'm just
Well, you have a choice. We are going to either remove your arm, or you will have to die as well.
I'm left-handed anyways.
Hold on.
Rebecca's like, wait. We don't need to do any of that.
I have a few rounds of
Yeah,
escaping.
go and try again.
Am I able to like move my arms through my legs? I have them up front.
Yeah, you can take a moment to do that. You got the bed to sit on to help you get your legs out. It's not
Hey
hard.
Nathan, out of curiosity, would
What's
I
that?
know if remove disease pulls this out?
I'm going to try to
The
like.
healing and the person who touches.
I know can't move my hands, but try to like pull the blood into my hands while it's burning
Okay.
to attempt to like have the weapon go through my hands.
All right, roll again.
14.
14. It forms there. And it starts to like burn in there. Go ahead and roll the fire.
I think it's a D6. 3.
3. Alright, it starts to burn away at the ropes that were tied on there. However, you also take 3 points of fire damage as the ropes start to light on fire and burn your hands.
Okay.
Would I know if remove disease or remove curse would actually remove this from the research that I had done?
Have you tried to do it before?
I have not.
You roll me either. Actually, what would you like to roll for this?
I
What
believe
type of
knowledge.
research would have he done now? What?
Well, I'm talking about like whenever I was in the library and stuff, but knowledge arcana to see if I can know if the magic that comes from the blight seems to be fit more of a curse or disease, if it,
Okay.
and it could be possibly pulled with it.
Go for it.
22.
22. From what your best understanding you could gather, it's closer to a curse.
Captain, do you mind if I try something?
What?
To remove that from her hand. I would not want her to suffer for something that I caused. If possible.
Diplomacy?
28.
These DCs are getting hard, but you
Yeah,
barely
they
made
are.
that one. Very well. If you make a twitch the wrong way, you are dead. Do you have remove disease prepared?
I do. I'm just
curse?
double checking spell. I'm just double checking like spell DC and how it fully works. Okay. First off, concentration. Cute. I'll be good. It's 21. Alright, so remove curse. You can remove all curses on an object or a creature. If the target is a creature, you must make the caster level check 1d20 plus caster level against the DC.
Alright, did your concentration for the
Yeah, we're good.
craziness? Alright.
Thank God. It's so bad.
And that's how you die right then and there.
Yeah, right? Alright.
Roll that caster level check.
It's
good.
20.
Yeah, because it's 1d20 plus caster level. Yeah, 20.
You cast the spell, and you feel it start to take effect. But the blight is much stronger than whatever this magic, than your magic. And you can tell, you see as the markings on her hand fade slightly and get smaller, but it's still there. Roll more damage. You can do like 3 times. Actually, depends on what you roll. Roll one at a time.
4.
Okay. That will be enough to get through the burns on your hands. You also take the 4 damage. Don't forget the blood cost
Yeah.
for it being enough.
4.
Stop it!
What's Tex doing?
Trying to bite my feet.
Tex!
If you would quit moving your foot, maybe you
You're
would.
trying to bite the foot!
So I can move my
Quit
hands,
moving
right?
it.
I'm still
Yes.
like
You're still chained. You can only go about that far apart, but your hands are no
So,
longer
metal
tied there.
chains?
Yeah, metal chains.
okay. Well, I don't think I'm getting rid of those. I'll take my
Mm-hmm.
thing off. What kind of lock? What's the lock looking like?
Piece in there where you put a king. Don't
Okay,
unlock.
this is on you.
uh,
Yeah, that's what's on there.
Ball.
That's,
Roll me a perception. I think. I'll just go with perception.
9.
9. I mean, yeah. So it's a little key thing to put in there, and it either does some sort of latch or bolt. You're not sure. Then you got bars.
I really don't know what I'm gonna do about this.
Tex, stop.
I can't like physically hurt things with my blood weapons, right?
But you can. You just did.
Oh, that was physical fire. But like if I smash something, I can't smash.
So you can, since you changed your weapon to fire damage, you can deal the fire damage. You can try to like heat it
Yeah.
up or something like that.
I'm going to try to make the weapon more a liquid as I push it through, and then like I'm going to attempt to push the weapon through the lock.
You're trying to
Let
like
it
put
heat
it
it
in
up.
there and let it.
Yeah.
Like that. Okay. Go ahead and for now, let's just roll another d6. Let's back to some damage here.
5.
5. We're gonna go back to them for now.
Blood points before you get to them.
Yeah, so that happens when you clear the, it degrades a little bit. So it's just a few basically spots, like one on your finger here, another one on your, like 2 more spots that are on your hand. And as he did that, they both got really, really small and faded some, but it's still there.
Just cut it off.
I can always try one more time.
Your thing.
It's just there watching. Everyone's ready to kill if needed. Concentration check.
Natural 20 on the concentration check.
I'm playing with fire here.
Dude, yeah,
I'm playing with
you
fire.
all have been playing with
I'll play with
fire.
fire.
Yeah.
Literally.
Alright, roll another caster level check.
Come on, give me another natural 20.
I was so confident. I was like, oh, yeah.
Oh. 7.
Nothing changes.
Yeah, because it's just nothing else, right? It's just D20 plus caster level.
Mm.
Yep.
Lizard folk. Name's Channing. You're a healer? Yes, I am. Prepare yourself. They wrap you up again.
Yep.
They bring out a table for your hand to be put on. They grab an axe. You can roll a few more times.
Are they just going to cut off the hand or the whole arm?
A hand.
The hand.
They were going to do up to the elbow, but he looked like he decreased it some, so now they're only going to do the hand.
3.
3. Okay. Again. It's not calculated.
6.
You should only put a finger.
Okay. It's heated up and starting to turn red. Like to do any more?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
5. I'm also going to be like pushing against it while to see when it.
Okay. Roll me another damage and roll me a strength along with it.
2 for the damage.
Tux.
15 for the strength.
15. All right. Remember to minus the blood points for
Yeah, I've been doing
those more rounds. As you push on it with the getting hotter and hotter, you actually feel a little bit of way starting to give, but not enough yet.
Okay.
They put your hand on the table. Get an axe, giving it to one of the melee people over there, and just like Becca's like, dude, it's fine, right? It's tiny. It's tiny. Nothing is wrong with that. It's just a little bit. Come on. Captain looks at him. Even the most smallest amount of corruption can destroy entire towns. Remove it.
Zeracule braces herself by like
They give you like a
biting.
stick to hold on, to bite into as a moment of pain shoots through you as your hand is removed. Channing instantly grabs at your wrist. Heal 2.
How much do I lose?
You're gonna lose. Actually, give me 1 second.
I heal 2, but
He's gonna do. Okay, it's gonna take 3 for him to stop the bleeding. There's 1 of those left. However, your max hit points will go down by 5
nice.
as your hand is removed.
Permanently, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Well, there's magic can put it back.
And you are now considered one-handed, obviously.
What?
No,
What
really?
happened to the other one?
The hand is very carefully taken with like tongs and put in the fire.
I have such nice nails.
More like ah! On the ground, probably from screaming in pain. Was it the hand that had the missing pinky?
Yep.
Hey! Quebeca is like holding you to be like, "You okay? Are you okay?" That's a stupid question. That's a stupid question. I'm gonna sit down now.
She's still just clinging on to like whatever they gave her to bite into.
You are a needy boy, Tux. Nope, that was too much. That is good. Yeah, that's good. You start to hear sounds like Dracula screaming.
I will continue what I was doing.
All right, roll another damage and a strength.
Very muffled
damage?
scream.
All right.
3 strength.
Nope. Yeah.
I can have my blood weapon out for one more round.
The captain. So you have proven to be wrong and a liar yet again. Do you have anything to say other than insults and declaring yourself our savior?
Have I been already gagged again? Because you said I was
No,
right back
they
up.
haven't. You're just wrapped back up, but they haven't gagged you again.
No, I don't. So then, I apologize, Dracula.
No response other than just continued, very muffled
But to you,
sounds of pain.
no. I do appreciate you for giving me the benefit of the doubt.
Why did you reveal it?
There's no use hiding it.
There is. You have made things much more difficult for you and your friends by revealing it, and due to the consequences of your actions, your friend now no longer has a hand.
To be forthright with you, I made such claims to possibly break you out of your situation. Yes, you have seen many things, and you have done a great job protecting the city for what it has done, for where it is. But also, the people that have been coming here, that the town trusts, that is on you.
And you did not trust when I said investigation is underway.
No.
You believe that you have to know all. You believe that I have to tell you anything.
No.
I don't. This is my town to protect from all threats. And I will protect it from all threats.
I asked for the information regarding the investigation of my friend, not everything.
He decided that it was best that he does whatever he can to spare the life of a blood mage, including getting in the way of the investigation. So, for the time being, he has been put behind bars, where he will be safer.
Oh, look at that. We could have prevented a lot of bloodshed.
So I waddle out.
Again. Bloodshed could have been prevented. Yes.
Sorry, this town has not led me to trust many people in here.
You are a hypocrite and a fool.
Like everyone else here.
So far, nothing you nor your friends have said give me any reason not to kill you.
That is your prerogative. I wish you the luck. And that your decision works out in your favor.
Go ahead and roll another damage and strength.
1 damage. And the weapon fades, and I'm just going to start.
Your strength?
My strength is a 2.
No, your roll.
Oh. 11.
All right. You hit it, and there's a to it, and you can tell that part of it bends in at where it's really, really hot. You're getting there. Get in there.
Keep doing that.
Yep. My gosh, Tuck, stop stretching at my face. You're such a dumb boy. Get down, you're ruining him. You, the tiefling. Are you... It's like he's about to say something, probably an insult, but then stopped. Why did you foolishly touch the blight?
Because I don't want him to die. And I'm willing to do anything to keep him from doing so.
Would have done nothing. That did nothing but worsen the state that you are in. Dealing with a bunch of fools. Oh no, strength.
7.
Ah! Your dice rolls, dude. You need new dice.
Switch to the blood dice.
I know it was stupid,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm a little desperate here.
How much experience do you have with the blight? All of you.
So that's a rhetorical question.
Just answer it.
A good portion of my life.
And what have you seen other than the blight on your body in the mist? Fuck.
Would you like me to list it?
Please, do.
I lived here a good portion of my life before I was blighted.
Yes.
I've seen plenty of people come through and that have been blighted. Some of them survived as they were, appendages were removed. If you remember correctly, the reason that I have this was because gods couldn't get there fast enough, and I saved 2 children. I've seen a number of other things that has happened with my arm due to magics. I have seen things that would probably make your head spin. Let's see. Have you met the cult of the Devourer god?
No, but I have
Have
heard
you
of
met
them.
the cult that captured Hela and caused a blood river?
What does this have to do with blight?
They're all tied together. In some form or fashion.
Okay, that's enough. What about the rest of you? My experience has just been this arm. A bit. Okay.
Losing my hand after touching it.
Channing.
You guys are forgetting something.
Yeah, you guys are.
You're there!
I know. But you shut me up.
What are they forgetting? Oh, sure. I don't remember.
See, Channing. Oh, did Channing say anything?
Well, he hasn't.
So we got Rebecca.
All he's experienced is your arm as well. Yeah. The only blight I have seen with my eyes is that which is the arm. So you haven't seen the horrors of the monsters that they make, the corruption that it causes people. Even you, who have lived here, have not seen the destruction that it can cause out there. Which do you care for more? Your own life or the life of those around?
I've lived my entire life being told I was, well, a good portion of the first part is I was glorified being the Asimar of the village. Then as soon as something goes wrong, you're now the cursed child. My family suffered because of it. And to come back and see maybe not something with the blight, but other things happening. If I cared about my life, I wouldn't have come back to this village. I wouldn't have walked directly to the muzzle of your gun and refused to do any aggressive action whatsoever.
I do not condone what happens to the family of those who are blighted. Despise that. But those who are blighted must be dealt with swiftly. And you should understand. You should understand the threat of lived here. If you would like, I can show you the sketches of dozens and dozens of monsters that have been created, many of which were human ones. Whether it acts slow or fast, it does act. And it has to be dealt with, or it will corrupt more around it. Friend just lost her hand because of your foolishness. Now,
That was a choice I made.
which he allowed. I asked him specifically as well. He had every right to say, no, I do not want my friend to risk having a blight on their hand. But no, he did not. You
You guys get notifications at weirdly separate times.
Does anyone have any final words? Roll me another strength. $14. Roll me another strength as you hit again. A little bit more.
Oh no.
There was enough time for another one. Last one before more talking happens.
16.
Hey, and with that final hit, it breaks open.
How well can I move my legs?
They're not.
Oh, I can move fine.
Yeah, you can move fine.
Oh, okay.
It's just your arms that are currently.
I mean, I'm gonna start rushing outside where I assume.
All right, you
people
go
are.
to the top of the stairs where there's a locked door.
Oh my fucking god! Who locks multiple doors?
You say that?
Prison.
I look around. Is there anything that could be used as like crowbar.
Perception.
3.
Don't see anything.
Okay, continue. I'm gonna look up how something works because I don't.
Okay.
So the thing, the burrito that they have Og in, is it laying on the ground?
Yes.
It'd be very pitiful. How far away is it? Am I still like right next to it? When they cut off my hand?
They moved you off to the side to cut
Yeah,
your
you're
hand.
off to the side.
How many feet?
Probably about 10 feet. At the minimum.
So from the sounds of it, Og is definitely gonna get killed, isn't he?
He's gonna try.
From what Zerakul understands, they're definitely gonna kill Og, aren't they?
Roll me a sense motive.
I'm doing you.
I mean, he literally said any last words.
19?
Captain looks pretty intent on killing him now. Again. Oh, intent again on killing him.
Gets up off the ground, goes and sits herself next to the burrito and kind of like tries to put herself
Zerakul,
over.
Guards put their weapons out towards you. Don't touch him, please.
Zerakul, let it happen.
No.
Let them do what they believe they must.
I'm not good with words. You're the talking person. I can't just let them draw our friend.
Well, this time you have to.
You doing?
Swift action. I convert 20 of my health points to blood points.
Okay.
I'm gonna summon. What kind of door is this?
It is wooden with metal reinforcement.
Okay, and the lock.
There's a bolt to lock.
I'm going to kind of do what I did before and shove the weapon through to try to burn the lock.
All right.
Wow,
You
actually-
hear on the other side, what in the hell?
Phew.
Go ahead and roll the damage.
1.
As like a sliding thing that opens up, and a guy looks in at you and sees you there with this freaking bloody fiery weapon stabbing towards the door, and he's like, get back in your cell.
I heard my friends in pain. Let me out.
Oh.
Get back in your cell. Come
I will
on.
not. I'm getting out. You might as well just open it.
I need. Put that thing away, and I'll see what I can do.
Put that thing back where it came from.
Unless you open the door right now, I am not.
I have to ask someone.
I stop talking to him.
Just closes it. I'll go ahead and roll another damage.
5. And, I'm shouldering it too.
Oops, that's not. Okay. Okay. Then you hear him scamper off. They're talking stuff during this. Then you hear, all right, listen up. Your friends have gotten into a pretty bad predicament outside. One of your friends apparently is blighted. And just spread it to one of your other friends, whose hand was then removed. It's a lot. So tell you what, if you stop doing what you're doing, I'll secure you and bring you out so you can help with whatever's going on. But we don't need more weapons and stuff.
Suck it back up.
Okay. We're opening the door now. Don't make that thing come back out. Open the door with another.
Oh, I'm gonna roll a check real quick to see if they're telling the truth.
Okay.
And they're not just gonna smack me as soon as they walk through. 9.
9? As far as you can tell, yeah.
Okay.
They open up the door. One of them there with with some shackles he goes down towards the ankles just so you don't like run and cause a lot of issues. Locks it on there.
I'm not moving.
The other guy has a sword out. All right. Here, he undoes the shackle on your hand. If you don't resist, he moves it behind your hands behind your back, shackles them, and then attaches a longer one from the back of your hands to your leg, from the chain that connects your hands to the chain that connects your legs. So your hands are back like that and chained to your legs. So you can't walk that far or fast. Then
I can hop.
like that. You can hop, and they start leading you out.
Oh, okay. I thought they were just gonna take me back to the cave.
No, no, they lead you to the entrance, the entrance of it all. There is more guards out there now. At this point, there's probably about 20 or so guards that are out there. And you are now brought to the doorway, seeing the situation there before you. The captain turns towards you. You guys, during this, as he was about to speak more, you saw a guard come run up, whisper something in his ear. He says something back to the guard, and then the guard runs off. And then they bring him out. Turns towards you. You're probably the most reasonable one of your friends.
What's happening?
Your friend here revealed that he had blight and began to make demands, calling himself the savior of the town, essentially, and that we and well, it ended up leading to, after a few lies, she touched your friend's blight, being blighted herself, quickly removing her hand so that it didn't spread further. I'm about to decide whether to bullet in between Og's forehead, in between Og's eyes. But before then, I think it would be good to have any final defense from you. You saw.
I did.
You saw those people.
I did.
You understand why we are as ruthless as we are. And you, considering your supposed brother's heritage, understand the threat of such corruption.
I understand the threat. I also understand that since I've been with Og, which has been over a year, right?
About that.
He has done nothing but help people. I understand he has blight in him, but it has never gotten out of control. He has saved. We have saved villages, people. We will continue to do so. That's what we're here for as well.
Roll me a diplomacy.
Fuck, I can't bleed. Am I still bleeding from the nose? Does that count?
If you want to visibly see it, just go disappear.
No. Help my cause. That's 20. 23. 31 if I have my gloves.
23
Yeah.
to a what?
Diplomacy?
No, you could have made it go to a what?
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, because the max you can
I was
do is
I
your
was doing
level.
it before I took my negative
Oh,
3.
okay. Predicament I have for your friend that unlike your brother, this spreads emotions to her. It may not spread on him as quickly as others, but it still can get passed from a person to another. That is something that I have a duty, a responsibility to all of Havergate to prevent from spreading into past that province right over there. That is what I have dedicated my life to. I have given up any sort of cushy future that anyone would hope to have to do this. I've had to harden my heart to ensure that the rest of this country does not fall to that fog. If what you say is true about him, but I pity that he got infected. He pulls out his pistol. Steps up to Og.
Are the people holding me, or am I being held, or?
You're being held by the two people that escorted you out. Both got an arm on underneath each.
I'm gonna try to wait.
All right. Go ahead and roll me a CMB.
Uh, 15.
15. They hold you. Does anyone else do anything as he steps up towards Og?
Seracul's gonna hideous laughter him.
All right. That is a will save, right?
Mm-hmm.
A 21.
Yep, he's fine.
As I'm like trying to break free, I'm gonna say, if you kill him now, you'll stop all the good he could have done.
And I stop the evil he could do.
Seracul's trying again.
Others still have a moment to act.
If this doesn't work, I'm gonna go to something that actually does damage.
If it misses, I guarantee you he's gonna take the shot.
Okay.
What?
I have two NPCs who I'm trying to figure out what they're going to do. Cheney, not Cheney, Quebec is like, we'll, just banish us or something. We'll leave to a different country. You'll never have to see us. It's not. I will not allow blight to spread to other countries.
Just look at Channing and I shake my head.
Brings it around to him. As I had him approach, you guys
Mhm.
all got action. He will look you in the eyes.
Now look at him.
He nods, and he pulls the trigger.
See if it misfires.
He is doing a coup de grace action on you.
I don't have an in-character scream prepared.
You're,
Can you coup de grace while pinned? Thought had
you
to
are
be
considered Actually, you're more considered helpless. You can't move. You can't do anything. You're.
Okay.
It's a gun.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you crit when you coup de grace. Gun is ×4.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. Like I have 3 hit points. No, I have 11 hit
Okay.
points.
I
You
mean,
can have all you have. You have to make it.
oh, sorry. He can't use the gun, so he's using his sword to stab it into your face.
Cool.
He'll go for the neck. So automatically hits and scrolls a critical hit. If the defender survives, he must make a fortitude save, DC 10 plus the damage dealt, or die. So
I have 11 plus 12, so I have 23 effective hit points.
weapon is only ×2.
Okay. So,
So
what's
that's-
the total?
7, 14 damage.
14 damage.
Wait.
Okay.
9, 18 damage.
18. Okay, so hold on. So it's going to be 18. So it's going to be
You're still
11.
alive.
Hold on. Wow. So I have 7. So I have 5 effective hit points left.
But you have to now make a fort save of 10 plus the damage, which was 19.
So roll 20.
Yeah, I have to roll a 20. Because it's you said 10 plus the damage.
Yep.
Fort save.
Yep.
Yeah, I have to roll a 20.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to, so that everyone can see it, I'm going to change it to the battle cam board. So you can roll out
Can
here.
you see it? Can you see my dice tray?
Push it closer to me a tiny bit. And, yeah, there.
All right, let's see. I knew this was a possibility when I did all that to
So,
him.
before you make this roll,
Mhm.
you feel that tingling pain sensation in your blighted arm.
Mhm.
You feel it in there, and the first time it doesn't necessarily just feel like this thing, like this curse that's in you, but for a moment it feels like it's alive.
Mhm.
And it doesn't want you to die. You give in to it.
Can I sense motive? The blight?
No, this is up to you right here, right now.
He's done it several times. It's not evil.
It's the feeling that it doesn't want to die.
Doesn't want you to die.
It doesn't want me to die. It doesn't want me to die. And I can't get a feeling if it's like a selfish desire.
This
or
is
not.
just a split second. You have this one split second to choose.
Let's roll for it.
All right, what are you choosing?
So, if it's 11 or above, he's not going to.
Okay,
It's 10 or below, he'll give into it.
I can't see what that is.
He's gonna give in.
Down below.
It's 9, he's going to give into it. It's more like he doesn't necessarily give into it.
You
It's that
guys watch as the captain holds his sword above him and begins to drive it down. And right before it makes contact with his face, there is this burst of green fog that shoots out of his body. Everyone's vision is covered, unable to see. You can just see just a few centimeters in front of your face, covered by this vision. And I think we're just gonna end it there.
oh, you're mean. Oh, you're mean.
That's so
Because
tense.
I
I want
have
to
some thinking and deciding what I'm going to be doing with you.
Uh-huh.
And I don't want to get it wrong. So I'm not going to have a split decision right here, right now.
Cool.
All right.
I scream in character, it's gonna sound like someone's being murdered. So just
So,
sword comes down.
just to
there's a
make
scream.
things worse, there is a potential that we'll not meet for the next 3 weeks.
All right.
Potentially. So,
Gives you time to think.
yeah, gives me time to think and stuff, but I'll discuss with you guys after here in a second. But favorite moment, favorite NPC, and what do you think's gonna happen next? And you know what? Let's just throw in there, just to make it a little bit more anxious.
No, don't do
Favorite
it to me.
Og
Don't
moment.
do it to me.
Yeah. Is he dead? Is he not? Is he now a monster you two have to fight?
We'll start with you.
Me. Favorite moment. I think Jack's interaction with Ellis and his fake self is definitely the tense moment. Favorite NPC, Hugh. Hugh's the champion. Go Hugh.
Hugh Jackman.
Yeah. What do I think is gonna happen next? I don't know, because I don't know how you're working the blight in my arm, because I have tried to figure out if it's evil multiple times and you've told me no every time. So I don't know how you're working that. So I have no idea in that front. But it's going to be interesting to see how the Happy Hunters handle everything, because now they've been ratted out.
Mm-hmm.
So something's definitely going to go down there. Then, favorite Og moment? Ooh, fancy hammer. Yoink.
Fancy hammer yoink.
Yeah, whenever we were running around, Philip's Fantasia was getting...
Oh yeah. I was like, oh, he's holding on to that. He hasn't given it back. Whew. That would have been interesting. It's pretty powerful.
Yeah. Even though the props, I thought it's like, all right, you know what? I was thinking about trying to appeal to the captain. I was like, no, Og is still too mad at the village, but he still feels like he needs the help. So this is what he's going to say. It's like, it's not going to work in my favor.
You were saying all the wrong things.
Oh no, I know.
For the captain.
But Og is just so mad because he still sees it, because he's seen fate and he's like, no, that's not going to be me. I am not going to allow the blight to take over that much.
But what?
And yet, so you have to remember, he is always balancing between these two. So he's doing what he thinks is right, depending on what is playing more dominant. And so, and given that his anger was heightened, he's going to go more for the insulting side than the look. He's not thinking fully logically. In his mind, he is, but in reality, it's not.
All right. What's who we got next? Whoever wants to go next.
Here, guys, next reason to get a level.
I think next session will you guys will probably get a level next session.
Maybe
After
even
last
two.
next session.
Well, you guys may, if you get 2, because you'd be killing me,
It's a lot of experience points.
right?
I'll go next. My favorite thing was, meeting Alric and
Craft XP noises.
Hmm?
I'm in a lot of shock at the moment. I'm processing a lot of info. Sorry, Josh, keep going.
meeting Alric and just saying stuff that was like messing with his head was funny to see the reaction. And it was interesting seeing like his reliance on Ellis during that. I was confused. I thought he was gonna have to stay.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna have to stay.
Yeah, and then he would
No,
talk to
he
him.
said that there. So, the captain was telling them that they are not allowed to leave the area. So, and that he will be talking to Alric one-on-one tomorrow.
Oh,
No.
okay. I was
We're
like
going to-
I was confused. Like she was like, "Fine, whatever," and then they left. And I was like, "Wait, what?"
Well, yeah, I was like,
He
Huh?
was going that today. He was going to be dealing with you, and then figure out what's going on with you, and then you ended up just going to his front door anyway.
Yeah.
So
I
that's
mean, it
been
was
that
gonna
process.
happen one way or another. So I was just like, he's not gonna give me a choice. So might as well just lay all my cards on the table and be like, yo.
I've used like all of my stuff to trying to get out of that room. I lost most of my health, most of my blood points. I have a surge left. Favorite NPC, Q.
You.
That was cool that he.
Huge.
That conversation we had when we were in the cell was interesting, as well as like him trying to convince his captain otherwise. And what I think is going to happen next? I think we're all blighted. Other than that, I have no fucking idea.
Wait. What's your favorite Og moment?
I need time to think. You can go.
Okay.
I forgot about that one.
Favorite moment. Walking around with Quebeca before stuff went down.
The calm before the storm.
Yeah, that's always my favorite part. Favorite NPC. Strangely enough, I'm gonna give it to Orgoth. He makes me think of Halar.
Oh.
I like characters that make me feel gross.
All right.
That means it's a good character. He's a bad guy and a good
What do you mean? He's a
character.
great guy. He was very friendly and
Very friendly.
expressing like that he that he thought you looked good and stuff like that. Like he was doing it and not in like an invasive manner or anything like that. I mean, he's a great guy.
I was hoping he'd spill some beans. I was hoping he was like stupid.
He's not stupid.
Favorite Og moment. I like way back when he threatened to torture that one guy. And like actually started to go and get stuff set up to torture him.
Yeah.
It's always gonna be my favorite moment.
Beginning of corruption.
What do I think is going to happen next? We're all gonna die?
Hey, there's that.
Yeah, I agree with Josh. I think we're all blighted now. Because poof. Big cloud of blight.
And oh wait, you already did that. Yeah, that's all right.
The gambling house, or not the gambling house, the debtors guild. When he went there, and almost started a fight with all of them.
Do I channel negative energy? How many of them are within range?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, the misery.
Did you have negative energy?
I didn't have negative energy at that point.
Everybody wants to cut a part of me.
That's why I was like, if you guys start a fight, you're gonna get your ass kicked.
I think my favorite Og moment is when he summoned something. I don't remember what it was. I think it might have been a squid or something in the snow to like just throw a
Oh, yeah.
crap ton of snow
Yeah, it was a
on.
squid.
Who was it? Who was it on?
It was sister.
Kyra.
Kyra.
It was just a whole bunch, and then you made it poof away. It's like, where the frick did that come from?
We came up with the legend of the ghost squid.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
It's a good one.
Simpler times.
All right. Well,
You know how hard it is to like know that you shouldn't do something, but you know it's like, no, this is totally what he would say.
I was like, are you doing that on purpose?
Yes.
You're making him not just like you more. I was doing everything I could to be like, I don't want to have to do this. I don't want to have to do this.
But you have to remember, Og sees pretty much this entire village as someone who does not trust him, does not believe him.
I knew exactly what was going to happen if I touched the blighted bits. And after rolling so low for my bluff, I was like, she's going to commit. She's going to commit. So just, I'm blighted now. Try not to look panicked. You knew that would happen. We can fix it.
If only that second cure disease had worked.
If the second cure disease worked, it would have brought it down to just one finger being removed.
Yeah, if you had just touched with one
What about-
finger.
Damn it.
Oh my gosh.
That actually is a whole
Well.
hand and a sole finger.
Fine, tune in next time we play. Not sure when that's gonna be. We'll figure that out. But
Behind the scenes.
see if Fog's dead. What's happened, everyone?
Bye-bye.
Bye
Bye-bye now.
bye.